know if you want to wear one. I'll give you one. It's true that you like Councilman Hyman though. Yeah. Do you want me to give you another one? I know, I'm bringing you one.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be about another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Councilmember Hyman, let him know that I've added another one there for him. I was okay. I was all right.
Test 1, 2.
Good evening, Durham, North Carolina. First of all, let me apologize for starting late this evening to those of you all who have joined us virtually and who are here in chambers. We had a power loss this evening, which caused us to have a delay, but thanks to our technical staff, we are now up and running at 7:17, and I'd like to call the Durham City Council meeting to order for this Monday, October 17, 2022 at 7:18. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Councilwoman Freeman, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. It is our practice to stand if you're able and face the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Mayor O'Neill,
I am present.
Mayor Pro Tempore Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
and Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will start tonight's events with our ceremonial items, and we have 4 of those, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Javiera for a proclamation celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. Buenas noches a todos. Gracias por estar acá con nosotros. It is my honor to read the Hispanic Heritage Month Proclamation, and I'd like to invite Maraliz up to join me. She's the Vice Chair of the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee, an incredible woman who has been critical to the work of this committee. We had a celebration earlier today, and somehow she also managed to have a baby in the middle of all this. So that just tells you what kind of leader we have here. Thank you so much. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated annually from September 15th through October 15th to celebrate the histories, cultures, and contributions of Americans with ancestry from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the 2022 National Hispanic Heritage Month theme is Unidos, Inclusivity for a Stronger Nation, which reinforces the need to ensure diverse voices and perspectives are welcomed in decision-making processes, thereby helping to build stronger communities and a stronger nation. And whereas the city of Durham embraces all our neighbors of Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx heritage, regardless of documentation status, and recognizes their profound and positive influence in the city of Durham. And whereas we recognize the challenges the Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx community continues to face in our city, and the resilience in creating solutions for future generations. And whereas community leaders, organizations, and allies like the Latino Community Credit Union, Isla NC, Antonio Analiz, Cornelio Campos, Itolo, Meda Luis Marzano, Maria Luisa Solis have led the efforts to support the Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx community. And whereas the city of Durham celebrates and encourages the growing number of Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx resident leaders who are adding their voices to our city's important democratic centers, such as city and county boards and commissions, community organizations, Durham public schools, and nonprofits. And whereas the city of Durham is committed to improving existing opportunities and to open new doors for Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx residents of all backgrounds to participate in our city's participatory democracy. Now, therefore, I, Elena O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim September 15 through October 15, 2022 as Hispanic Heritage Month in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to honor the distinct traditions of the Hispanic community and their contributions to our city, state, and nation by participating in relevant ceremonies, activities, and programs. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham this 17th day of October, 2022. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi gente. Good evening, my people.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the city clerk's office, the city manager's office, and specifically people within the city that have helped our committee succeed. Carmen Ortiz, Philip Jordan, Lenin Martinez Gallo, Councilperson Javiera Caballera, and our interpreters from the Language Service Solutions. October 15th marked the end of Hispanic Latino Heritage Month, but our history and pride goes beyond the month. Thank you to the pioneers who 15 years ago saw a need, pushed forward, and began the work to serve the Hispanic Latino community here in Durham. Our community is strong. We serve, we vote, we rise up. We come in many colors, nationalities, genders, and documentation statuses. We make up 15% of the population in the state of North Carolina. And while that may seem tiny, we are very mighty. Today we celebrate each other and the city, and we welcome you to walk alongside with us as we move forward. Pa'lante always, mi gente. Thank you.
Thank you to you all, my brothers and sisters. I love you much, and I will be standing and celebrating with you every day, all day. We now turn to recognize our 2022 Housing North Carolina Award, and I asked our Director of our Community Development Department, Mr. Reginald Johnson, to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. As Director of the Department of Community Development, and I have our Assistant Director here, Karen Lotto, it is an honor for us to present to you the 2022 Housing North Carolina Award winner that is here in Durham, North Carolina. The housing conference, Affordable Housing Conference, was held last month, had a record-breaking attendance. Over 1,000 persons from across the state attended, and they had a big luncheon, and needless to say, we walked away with some hardware. And so we wanted to bring the development team here for Willard Street Apartments to share, and so that you might share in the recognition. And we also have a video that was shown at the conference, and so, you know, sometimes they say, I can show you better than I can tell you. So if we can roll the video, that would be great.
Welcome to the 33rd Annual Housing North Carolina Awards. These awards recognize developments and organizations that improve lives, enrich neighborhoods, and spark economic growth in their communities. The 4 winners we are celebrating today demonstrate the very best of affordable housing. They include a rental development turning vacant land into vibrant apartment homes, a shelter fighting to help end homelessness in a large metropolitan area, a new single-family mixed income development in the capital city, and home rehabilitation and repair efforts helping low-income, elderly, or disabled homeowners stay in their homes. These winners are prime examples of how housing investments can drive economic, community, and personal success in North Carolina. Thank you for taking time today to join us in celebrating the 2022 Housing North Carolina Awards. Let's get started.
The 2022 Housing North Carolina Award for Rental Development is Willard Street Apartments in Durham. Completed in early 2021, Willard Street Apartments turned a formerly vacant lot into a mixed-use development to help address housing affordability issues in Durham and ensure most households can still afford to call Durham home. Located in the heart of downtown, the 82 apartment homes serve residents earning between 30% and 60% of the area median income. Further, 25% of the units are available to residents making less than 30% of the area median income. Situated within Durham's Central Business District and adjacent to the American Tobacco Campus redevelopment, Willard Street Apartments is the first affordable housing development in decades to be developed in the downtown area. Elected officials and community advocates call Willard Street Apartments the new standard for affordable housing in Durham. "This is definitely home for me," said one resident. "Before I moved here, I was going from job to job, struggling to pay the rent and put food on the table. My grandchildren love it here. I have safety here. I am able to live in affordable apartments that allow me to get medical care to take care of myself. When I put my key in my door for the first 2 months, I got goosebumps. Connectivity to transit is one of the many factors that set Willard Street Apartments apart. Residents enjoy close proximity to local and regional bus routes, Amtrak, greenways, and a variety of shopping, dining, social services, and employment opportunities. Residents also have access to a multi-purpose room and kitchen, a fitness room, business center, complimentary wireless internet service, and laundry facilities. The landscaped outdoor plaza makes use of the roof of the parking structure and includes a playground, picnic shelter, and a grilling station. The interior includes original artwork from local artists of color, featuring significant individuals and locations from Durham's civil rights and cultural history, and an exterior mural that connects the development back to the Native American history of the area. Aside from the physical amenities, residents also have access to resident services and on-site activities, such as healthy cooking classes and vaccine drives. The resident services team continues to work on expanding the services offered to nurture a sense of community. Developed by DHIC and Self-Help in partnership with Klein Design Associates, Weaver Cook Construction and Community Management Corporation, Willard Street Apartments enjoyed strong community support. Durham City Council committed to $3.6 million in local housing funds and donated the vacant land where the development now stands. Other financial support included low-income housing tax credits awarded by the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency and financing from Duke University and the local A.J. Fletcher Foundation. Accepting the award is DHIC Incorporated.
True community is based upon equality, mutuality, and reciprocity. It affirms the richness of individual diversity as well as the common human ties that bind us together. These words, penned on a mural of Polly Murray in the historic West End neighborhood of downtown Durham, speak to the spirit of our work at DHIC, to provide homes that affirm human dignity, encourage connection, and build community. My name is Tinu Diver, and I am the Vice President of Resource Development and Partnerships at DHIC. On behalf of our CEO and President, Yolanda Winstead, our DHIC Board of Directors and staff, and the thousands of neighbors that call DHIC communities home, I am honored to accept the 2022 Housing North Carolina Award for Rental Development in recognition of the Willard Street Apartments. The Willard Street Apartments are located on the ancestral land of the Occaneechi Band of the Saponi Nation. At a time of dramatic rent increases, rising home sale prices, and the increased displacement of our neighbors and neighborhoods, we are grateful for the vision, courage, and leadership of the City of Durham to contribute public land to one of the first mixed-use, transit-oriented, affordable housing developments in the state of North Carolina. We thank former mayors Bill Bell and Steve Schul, the Durham City Council and County Commissioners, and the City of Durham staff for their partnership. We also thank development partners Self-Help, design team Klein Design and Kimley Horn, financing partners Duke University, A.J. Fletcher Foundation, PGIM Real Estate, RBC Capital, and First Horizon, and the Durham Housing Authority, the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, NeighborWorks, the Community Management Corporation, the Coalition on Affordable Housing and Transit, and Durham Can. Bull City, thank you for organizing the power necessary to see your demands for creating a more just and beloved Durham come to fruition. We look forward to continue building with you.
Congratulations to Willard Street Apartments, and thanks for your remarks.
Mayor, City Council, let me present to you our development team, DHIC and Self-Help, who are here. We'll have comments by Yolanda Winstead, President, CEO of DHIC, and talk about the Executive Vice President of Self-Help.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. My name is Yolanda Winstead. I'm President and CEO of DHIC, and I bring you greetings on behalf of the board, the staff, and all the residents that DHIC serves. I want to thank Mayor O'Neill and Councilwoman Freeman and the entire council for making time and space for this recognition. As you heard in the video from Tinu Diver, DHIC's Vice President of Resource Development and Partnerships, it took a village to bring the City of Durham's collective vision for this site that is now Willard Street Apartments to fruition. DHIC is honored to have been a part of the team along with Self-Help Ventures that the city trusted with the responsibility of executing on the community's vision. While during the multi-year process, city leadership transitioned from Mayor Bell to Mayor Schul to now Mayor O'Neill, the City of Durham's commitment to ensuring an inclusive central downtown never wavered. We're especially excited that Willard Street Apartments continues to be recognized as a model for the delivery of affordable housing in the core of the city. Lastly, it's imperative for us that we acknowledge the tremendous support that we received throughout the process from Reginald Johnson, Richard Valzanis, Karen Lado, and the entire Community Development Department. We look forward to repeating this success with the 51 units for seniors called Ashton Place Apartments, which will be right next door, and to the next opportunity to be a catalyst for serving the affordable housing needs of the community. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and members of council. I'm Tucker Bartlett, Executive Vice President of Self-Help. I'm here tonight also to thank the city on behalf of our staff and credit union members for your steadfast support for affordable housing and for providing the land, the funding, and frankly, the leadership that made Willard Street Apartments possible. Self-Help was pleased that the initial advocacy by Durham Can and others several years ago led the city council and then Mayor Bell to decide unanimously to make the vacant lot next to the transit station available for affordable housing. We are pleased to joint venture with DHIC to bring the city and community's vision to fruition. We now have 82 units of award-winning affordable rental housing downtown, plus a ground floor dental clinic operated by nonprofit Local Start Dental. I also want to thank Duke University Capital Broadcasting, the A.J. Fletcher Foundation, and the Durham Housing Authority for being key partners in making Willard Street Apartments possible. This project shows what can be achieved when the public and private sectors come together to solve community issues. This project had and still has broad support because it is working to make downtown a place that is inclusive and celebrates Durham's wonderful diversity that makes it the city we all love. So in closing, thank you again for tonight's recognition, and we look forward to seeing you all before long at the groundbreaking for the 51 units of senior housing at Ashton Place. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And Mayor, I just wanted to say one other comment, that this project came in on time and within budget and during COVID.
Standing ovation, everybody. I have to stand on that. Thank you all. I gotta stand. You all did good. You all did good.
Tell me to make sure
Thank you.
No, you did. Okay.
Thank you to everybody. That's the way you start a council meeting. Yes. I will turn now to our National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which will be presented by Dr. Hyman.
Good evening. Not only did it come in on time, but I love that Star Wars track in the beginning. I need that too. Thank you very much. So good evening, everyone, and it's so good to see everyone here in the chambers and to my colleagues. And I have the honor to have been appointed as a liaison to the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. So I hang out with these wonderful people every month, and we have wonderful meetings, and we advocate for change for people with disabilities. And so I'd like to discuss this proclamation, and it is a proclamation whereas this year marks the 77th anniversary of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, and whereas activities during the month will enforce the value and talent that persons with disabilities add to our workplace and communities, and whereas persons with disabilities are valued contributors as workers of civic leaders, business owners, veterans, family members, and friends. And whereas the recognition of the contributions of persons with disabilities is an effective way to overcome negative stereotypes and eliminate physical, barriers to full participation in all aspects of community life, including education, recreation, and employment. And whereas the City of Durham is committed to ensuring that the city programs and employment practices effectively serve and benefit persons of all abilities to support individuals' dignity, self-reliance, and productive lives. And whereas Durham is proud to affirm its commitment to fostering equal access, ability for full inclusion of persons with disabilities. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, the mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim October 22nd, October 2022 as the National Disability Employment Awareness Month in Durham, and encourages all our residents to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of the persons with disabilities throughout our community. Whereas witnessed by my hand and a corporate seal of the City of Durham, this 17th day of October 2022. Our Mayor, Elaine M. O'Neill. And we have
Good evening. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. Can you guys hear me in the back? Okay. And city council members. My name is Gloria Whitehead. I am the chairperson for the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disability. This is my co-chair, Michael. I also have another co-chair, Marge Clemens. Michael Wilson, I'm sorry. Yeah. Forgive me, I'm disabled, okay? So work with me. Joining with me today is these, and we're honored to be before you today to accept the proclamation for National Disability Employment Awareness Month. We're grateful to live in a city that values diversity, equality, and inclusions, and employs persons with disabilities on the basis of what we can do instead of what we can't do. These are some of the companies that are participating in making our lives successful. As I go through them, would you please stand? The City of Durham, which is consistently employing persons with disability. AM Theater, which is a movie theater. Golden Corral, the village of Crosdale. The Durham Bulls, Walmart, Harris Teeter, Food Line, Marco Pizza, Durham Food Co-op, SAS, North Carolina Central University, DPAP, Durham County Government, the Lions Club for the Blind, and there are so many more numerous that helps employ people like me so that we can become productive members back to this society. Ooh, that's a mouthful. There's also NCDHHS and a company, Love and Respect, which are Durham-based recovery houses. Well, Love and Respect is founded by Dennis Garrett. He also employs disabled people so that they can not only have a place to live, but learn working skills. We're also going to add vocational rehab to the list and independent living skills. Vocational rehab puts you back to work. Independent living skills, if you can't go to work, they assist you. So I like to say thank you because you guys have made the community open to us, people with disabilities, so that we now have a seat at the table. And thank you, Mayor O'Neill and the city councils. Thank you for giving us this proclamation honoring National Disability Employment Awareness Month. We're grateful that diversity, equality, and inclusions matter to the City of Durham. This has to be the best place to live, work, and play. Thank you, everybody. Yes. Also, before you guys, one more. Ms. Sharon Williams, who happens to work with us, and especially with me because I have multiple disabilities, and she's aware of them and she accomplishes them. so that I could be successful. Thank you. Ms. Sharon Wood.
Thank you. Again, it is a pleasure to be with you every month, and I'm so happy about this proclamation. I'm looking forward to the Christmas party.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you so much. We now turn to Councilwoman Freeman, who will tell us about Lead Poisoning Prevention Week and the proclamation associated with that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I am very excited about the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. I do want to just take a moment and say that I am very honored to have the opportunity to present this to Ms. Lenora Smith, who actually was my mentor in community work when I first moved to Durham. And I want to thank her for all that she's done over and above this proclamation and the work around lead and preventing lead-based poisoning for children. So if you'd like to come forward, and I see that you're joined. Whereas in 2000, the City of Durham's Community Development Department received funding from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development to address lead-based paint hazards in homes and housing built before 1978. And whereas the partnership effort for the advancement of children's health, PEACH, was established to explore the lingering effects of lead-based paint in older homes in Northeast Central Durham in the early 90s. And whereas PEACH implements a healthy home strategy that teaches community residents to recognize and prevent home safety hazards. And whereas PEACH is fully committed to the Durham community to address lingering equity issues through their environmental work. And whereas PEACH improves the lives of the community through their work that mitigates environmental harms so that citizens may live fully productive lives. And whereas PEACH works to create business development and job creation opportunities for impoverished communities. And whereas PEACH works to raise public and private awareness of the need for safe and healthy indoor air environment and housing and public community properties. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the week of October 23rd through the 29th, 2022 as Lead Poisoning Prevention Week in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take note of this observance. Witness my hand, the corporate seal of the City of Durham, this the 17th day of October, 2022.
Thank you. Thank you. I guess I should take this off. Thank you, Councilwoman Freeman, and thank you for your contribution to PEACH over the years. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, officials of the council, and city manager and city attorney. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize PEACH as a lead and healthy homes environmental business. I think it's also important to note that PEACH began as a community-based research project between the Northeast Central Durham community and North Carolina Central University. And the purpose was to explore the lingering effects of lead-based paint in older housing. PEACH has persevered over the past 15 years with the help of 15 years since we incorporated, I should add, with the help of an ever-present stream of community volunteers, the support of local universities, businesses, and organizations. And I would like to pause briefly and just recognize, I saw PEACH board members and staff here, and ask them to please join me and stand for a minute. And while they're standing, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite you to the council and the Durham community to our lead poisoning prevention and healthy homes community awareness event on Saturday, October 29th from 11 to 3 at the 800 North Mangum Street location, which is the Peach office. Blood lead level testing will be provided by the Durham County Health Department for children under the age between 0 to 6 years of age. I'd just like to say, when I started volunteering with the Northeast Central Durham Partners Against Crime Association, resounded mantras from the community included the need to improve housing, to create income opportunities for low-educated residents, and to improve the quality of education for our children. Through Peach, I'm sorry, you guys can sit. Thank you. Through Peach, I learned that lead poisoning during a child's development affects that child's ability to learn. I learned that the federal government regulates contractors who disturb paint in pre-1978 housing, and this presents an ongoing need for skilled craftsmen. Also, I learned that children most at risk of lead exposure, those under the age of 6, spend the majority of their time at home. The Peach mission to improve community health by creating a sustainable workforce to reduce environmental hazards was derived from these concerns. Our model to educate and train low-income contractors of color initiates a solution strategy to implement our mission and to draw the organization closer to realizing our vision, that every child will grow up in an environmentally safe home. Thank you again for this Peach Lead Poisoning Prevention Week proclamation, and please come out and support us on October 29th from 11 to 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lenora Smith, that I've known for the last 40 years. Glad to see you doing well, lady. We now turn to our announcements by council, and I will look to my left first to see if there are any announcements from my colleagues here. Dr. Hyman.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to just talk about an event that I went to last week, which was, it's a non-for-profit. It's called Grace Incorporated. The CEO is Tiffany Swoop, and she works in the community at Weaver Street Recreation in Cornwallis, and she brings services to the youth there. And she has services like a healing circle that talks about trauma, peer recovery and coaching. And that particular day, she actually had what she calls a VIP brunch. And she had a gentleman by the name of Mr. Josh Inad, who is, he has been on, I think, this program called the Think Tank. He is the inventor of the Cut Buddy. And it's a $1 million corporation that he actually started out of his home. He also came and spoke to the youth in Cornwallis, and he gave each one of those kids a kit of his Cut Buddy, which is sold in Walmart and other stores. And he just talked about his humble beginnings and how he actually started and did this invention. And then he also had people come and give these kids free haircuts. And so I just wanted to talk about how wonderful it was to spend the day with these youth who were very much empowered by his story. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just wanted to let everybody know that on Wednesday at 6 o'clock, the Durham Workers' Rights Commission is hosting an event, a Workers Speak Out. It's an opportunity for workers in our community to come together and learn from each other and talk about ways that they, as a group, can improve their working conditions, and working with our Workers' Rights Commission to, as much as possible, make sure the city is a place where workers can be heard, and be understood, and that we use whatever power we have to make sure that workers in the city of Durham are being treated fairly. That event is going to be at the People's Solidarity Hub of Durham, which is located at 1805 Chapel Hill Road, and it's open to all, so feel free to come check it out. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So without knowledge, people perish. And I'll be brief with this, but recently, as many people know, I own a few restaurants with my wife, and 2 weeks ago was payday. And we gave the young men their checks that work for me. Some of them were young black men, and they wanted to run to the check cashing store to cash them. Or they wanted me to give them their pay via Cash App. I put them in the back of my truck, and we rushed to a bank that was closest before they closed, and we opened bank accounts. I had no idea that there were so many of our youth in our community that do not have any type of banking relationship. But I also found something ironic. They were all investing in some type of stock or cryptocurrency, and many of them were doing it recklessly because they just did not have the proper information. So we decided to put on an informational on cryptocurrency so that they can get this information and make a sound choice on whether they should, be engaged with this or not. And if they are, then how? Not only do they have bank accounts now and checking and savings accounts, they also, kind of have more information about some of the activities that they were doing. Today, we successfully held a summit or informational, and this was an event that was put on by the Durham Chamber of Commerce in partnership with a speaker that was being sponsored by a cryptocurrency company. But we had this summit, and I attended, the mayor attended, and wow, what beautiful information. It was simplified to where I could understand it. I don't invest in crypto, but these kids do, and they now have access to this information. And I'm talking about this because there was a lot of pushback on it. And there is no right for anyone in this city to play gatekeeper over someone else's lived dreams or desires. So we're going to continue to stand up and make sure that folks get access to information. Today was a very successful event. And I will always stand up for providing information to people, for them to make the most sound decision. And that's what we do as community leaders. So thank you for all the support. You all know who you are out there. Today was a better day for many in our community. Thank you.
I'll turn now to my right to see if any announcements on from colleagues on this end.
Good evening, everyone. I just had a few announcements. Right before we read the Hispanic Heritage Proclamation, there was an event honoring a lot of our Latino-led organizations and individuals, and so I just want to thank the Mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee for holding that event. They had not been able to do it because of the pandemic for several years, so it was a really beautiful space, and I just want to extend my gratitude for the folks who organized that. Secondly, I want to talk about a site visit that I had the opportunity to attend last week, hosted by Local Progress out in Portland, Oregon. I was able to go visit that city and get kind of some really great information about their street response team, which is their non-police response team dealing with unhoused folks. I know that Portland has been in the news as some kind of hollowed out urban core that Black Lives Matter folks have basically blown up. And I would just like to state for the record that no, Portland seems like a really great city that does have an unhoused person problem, which we're seeing spreading very much across this country. I think all of us recognize that LA is definitely the epicenter of that, but that problem is going to many of our communities, including Durham. I learned a lot. I look forward to continuing the work here around alternative police response work that the city has already started. And I really want to challenge our residents. The problems that I saw there that I've seen in LA as well. They're coming, they're growing here, and I hope that our residents are ready to have a different response than what we're seeing in a lot of cities, which is to not offer compassion, which is to not offer grace, which is to not offer housing. It is to basically punish folks for being unhoused and poor. And so this is my urging. We know it's coming, we know our numbers are going up, and having seen some of the problems that some peer cities, cities who are about 10 years maybe ahead of the gentrification curve than Durham, we have an opportunity here in Durham to do something really, really different. And so this is my urging for our residents to chart a different path for our city than many other cities across this country have chosen.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, good evening to my honorable colleagues, to everyone in the chamber, and to those watching at home, either on television or the internet. It's good to be here tonight. Just a few quick announcements, Madam Mayor. Firstly, last week, the nation's attention was on our area, particularly Raleigh, because of a horrific act of violence that shook the core of all of us. Madam Mayor, in times of challenge and in great celebration, you are our voice for the city, and I want to thank you for reaching out to Mayor Baldwin and expressing the collective grief and outrage of our city at such a horrific act. I also want to thank our staff who had our resources on standby to aid Raleigh. If there were a municipal equivalent of NATO, where an attack on one is an attack on all, Raleigh and Durham would certainly be NATO partners. We bristle sometimes when we say Raleigh-Durham because it's Raleigh and Durham, but on that night in this season, we are truly Raleigh-Durham. And I want to continue to pray for healing for the wounded and comfort for those who have lost, particularly an officer was slain. We pray for their family and the 4 other souls that were taken from us. Darkness will come. Darkness will come from time to time, but the light that we shine back will be incomprehensible, it will be undimmable, and it will be inexhaustible. God bless Raleigh on tonight. Secondly, Madam Mayor, there's a lot of gospel music fans in the city of Durham, and on last week, an icon in gospel music, particularly gospel quartet music, Keith Wonderboy Johnson, suddenly died. He had tens of thousands of fans here in Durham. What many people don't know is I grew up with Keith Wonderboy Johnson in the same church in Brooklyn, and I just got back from New York today from funeralizing him, celebrating his life at the church we grew up in. We were in the same youth group. So we want to certainly celebrate his life and his legacy to all of the fans in Durham who are experiencing collective grief. You were represented at the funeral and at the wake, and of course, in true fashion, it was a raucous time, and the ceiling was raised. So we want to send our condolences as a city out to the Johnson family and are thankful for the incredible legacy of music that he leaves behind. Finally, we have some incredibly special visitors with us tonight, Madam Mayor. I was honored to welcome to the United States and also to Durham some leaders from several countries. Firstly, I want to shout out Professor Jonathan Abels at the Sanford School of Public Policy. And I want to, there he is, nice tie. The United States State Department, in conjunction with Duke, their Center for International Studies, sponsors a Leadership Development Fellowship. And we are absolutely excited to be hosting the cohort, the English-speaking cohort, from the Middle East and North Africa, the MENA cohort, with countries such as Tunisia, Bahrain, Jordan, and Palestine. If I missed your country, sorry. Madam Mayor, I'm actually scheduled to be in the region in December, so I've got some friends who are going to meet me over there when I arrive in the region. I'd like these leaders to stand and be recognized. They are and if you would remain standing for just a moment, they are activists, they are entrepreneurs, they are leaders, they are scholars, they are academicians, just a wide array of talents and interests, and they're here in Durham. And I was able to wrangle, and I want to thank the staff for getting up enough City of Durham pins to gift to all of them. I think I've exhausted my supply for the rest of my time in office. But so if you see them walking around the city, please give them that Durham warm greeting. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your participation in this cohort. Again, welcome to the City of Durham. Best of luck and best wishes with your studies. God bless you. Welcome to Durham. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you all for being here. Welcome to the Bull City. Horns up. We're glad you're here. I just have a couple of announcements myself, and then we'll move right into the order of business, city business tonight. I, too, want to give my thanks to the mayor's Hispanic Latino Committee for a job well done this evening. We had a great time outside celebrating, and we're going to continue to celebrate every single day, as I indicated with you all. You've all been so supportive of Durham, and we will continue to be supportive of you as well. I too had a trip on last week to Amsterdam for about 5 days as a part of the Harvard Bloomberg City Lab, along with Bertha Johnson was there with me, and also one other young lady, and I'm blanking on the name, call it to my age. We were there. We spent about 4 days there learning, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to go into these spaces that I never imagined as a child, to be able to learn and bring back those things to Durham, which kind of segues into my next announcement that was alluded to earlier by Councilman Williams about the cryptocurrency event that we had today that I did not realize was raising some controversy amongst the ranks. And I just want to do this with grace as I try to remember that I am the face of the city in a lot of instances, and I want to practice what I preach. And this month is Grace Month. Ever since that I've been mayor and going to these kind of national conferences, there's been one common theme I've tried to pick up to kind of bring back and see where we're not kind of talking about things. And at the first one in Washington, D.C., the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and I've been to several of those conferences. Councilwoman Freeman accompanied me to one that they had in Reno. There's been this undertone going on across the nation, and as well in Amsterdam. On last week, we had a presentation about cryptocurrency. I had no idea what that is, but it was very clear to me, and through the talks that we were having in all of the sessions, that they were telling us, we're in these spaces, that we needed to know what that is as council persons and as mayors, and also to begin to figure out who's talking about it and doing things in that arena in our city, and also to try to begin the process of educating our populace. Sounds like something the mayor should do. I come back, I talk to Leo, who I call my little big brother, who's in the business arena. I said, Leo, you know, they keep talking about cryptocurrency. I've heard of Bitcoin. I know absolutely zero about it, but we need to know about it because they're telling me every space that I go in, educate your residents about cryptocurrency. So he said, okay, Mayor, I'll take that on. And with this short order, he had contacted the Durham Chamber, and they agreed that we needed to partner, and we would partner together to begin the introduction of this kind of new asset. It's an asset. And you then, as citizens and as a council, can do with it what you will, but at least you have the information. So that's what that was about today. I do not apologize for being innovative in any space that requires us to learn different things. It's like learning a foreign language. You either use it or you don't. But as your mayor and as one who is definitely trying to make good use of your tax dollars and others when you send me to different places, I'm gonna come back and bring that information and share it. So whether you like it or not, that's who I am. I'm not gonna change that. And so we will continue to innovate in that space. That will be the first of hopefully many events that we hope that people will take a part of. Just so you know, It's a $1.4 trillion industry is what they're telling me. And there are big names attached to that who are using cryptocurrency now, Tesla, Bed and Bath and Beyond, the Black Wall Street. So if it is a fraud, you'll figure that out on your own. But meanwhile, take advantage of the information that we're going to try to give you, and please form your own opinion about it. That's all we are trying to do, is to make sure that people have the information to be able to make the informed decision for their lives. So that's all I'll say about that, and we will now recognize our city manager for any priority items she may have.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Durham City Council. I do have a couple of priority items for you this evening. Agenda item number 9, titled Request for Carryover Funding from Fiscal Year 2021-22 to Fiscal Year 2022-23. Amend Fiscal Year 2022-2023 Budget, Other Grant, Project Ordinances, and Internal Service Fund Spending Plans. Additional information has been provided pursuant to the City Council's request. And finally, agenda item number 24, which is presentation and ordinance to create a social district. Additional information from the City Attorney's Office has been provided in response to questions from City Council. That is all I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Page. I now recognize City Attorney Kim Rayburg for any priority items she may have.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. It's good to be with you all. The City Attorney's Office has no priority items.
Thank you so much. I turn to our City Clerk, Ms. Diana Shriver, to see if she has any priority items.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem and council members. The City Clerk's Office has no priority items this evening.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Our next order of business is the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of items that the council has previously considered in a work session. All items on the consent agenda may be approved by a single vote of the council. Items may be removed from the consent agenda by a council member or a member of the public, and those items will be considered separately at the meeting, at the end of the meeting tonight. I'm going to read the consent agenda, and that will be followed by the entire agenda this evening. And the first item on our consent agenda is the Durham Convention and Visitors Bureau Discover Durham mayoral appointment. Second is the Durham Housing Authority Board of Commissioners mayoral appointment. Third is the Workforce Development Board mayoral appointment. Number 4, Durham Planning Commission appointment. Number 5, the Recreation Advisory Commission mayoral appointment. Number 6, the Racial Equity Commission appointment. 7, the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment. 8, the approval of City Council minutes. Item 9, the request to carry over funding from fiscal year 2021-22 to fiscal year 2022-23, amend fiscal year 2022-23 budget, other grant project ordinances, and internal service fund spending plans. Item 11, the American Rescue Plan Act. Did I miss 10? 10. I don't have a 10. The Participatory Budgeting PB Durham Cycle number 3. Item 11 is American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA Project Durham, the City of Books. Item 12, the interlocal agreement for procurement of buses, bus equipment, and parts. Item 13, the award of a non-professional services contract to Hydro Structures Professional Association for the Sewer Outfall Inspection Program North Project. Item 14, amendment number 1 to contract 18648 with EMA Resources, Inc. for handling and disposal of water and wastewater treatment plant residuals, I'm going to pronounce that right, residuals and biosolids. Thank you, City Manager Page. Item 15, the Town of Cary, City of Durham Western Intake Partnership Water Treatment Pilot Study Agreement. Item 16, the contract with Cornerstone On Demand, Inc. for the city's learning management system. 17, item amendment number 3 to contract with ICET Excelsior LLC for equitable community engagement. Item 18, amendment number 2 to contract with the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People, Inc. for equitable community engagement. 20, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD FY23 Fair Housing Partnership Initiative Grant. Item 21, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Special Enforcement Effort Fund. Item 22, the Durham Workforce Development Board Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Youth Program Operations Contract Amendment Number 3, Eckerd Youth Alternatives, Inc. Item 23, the Durham Workforce Development Board Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act NC Works One-Stop Career Center Operations Contract, Eckerd Youth Alternatives, Inc. Item 25, the contract with Worldwide Technology LLC for Metropolitan Area Network Design. Item 33, the repayment of Neighborhood Stabilization Program 3 funds, Neighborhood Stabilization Program Grant number 11-N-2189 to North Carolina Department of Commerce. We now turn to our general business agenda. Item 24 is a presentation and ordinance to create a social district. Item 27 is 42, these are public hearings. 4214 Fayetteville Road, a zoning map change. Item 28, Consolidated Annexation, Courtyards at Doc Nichols II. Item 29, the permanent closing of Water Street. 30, the South Alston Avenue zoning map change. 31, Consolidated Annexation, Kemp Road Residential, and that will complete our entire agenda. Now we are ready to entertain a motion to approve our consent agenda, and I do believe we will have to do that by a raising of our left hand.
Move to approve consent.
Second.
The move by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Dr. Howman. If all those in favor, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is approved. I do want to recognize 2 of the mayor appointees who are here with us this evening as a moment of personal privilege. Mr. Marshall Williams, who is our new workforce development. If you stand, Marshall, who's a young business person. I know both his parents, Attorney Butch Williams and his wife, Sherrod. Thank you so much. And Ms. Kimberly Williams, thank you so much, who is now on the Durham Housing Board. Did I miss any other appointments? I believe that's the first time that I've had the mayor's appointees to show up in chambers, so thank you all. I appreciate you all being here. To Butch and Sharon, thank you for raising such a wonderful young man. Proud of you all. Thank you, Ms. Kim. All right, everybody. We will now turn to our general business items, which is item 24. And I believe we have a speaker, which will be online. I believe Ms. Jackie Wagstaff is here.
Hello?
Yes. Ms. Wagstaff?
Yes,
You have
Madam
3
Mayor,
minutes.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
All right. Well, I thank you and I appreciate you, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm glad that the technical difficulties have been resolved tonight, because it was getting very difficult to come to these meetings by Zoom and not being able to speak. But first, I'm Jackie Wagstaff, live in Durham, drive an energy efficient car, keep my temperature at 68 degrees, and I take too many showers, so I'm not conserving water, just to get that off the plate. But I'm here to speak on item number 24 about the social district proposal. I'm not here saying I'm for or against, but there are a lot of variables that have not been taken in consideration. when I looked at what Raleigh's doing, I did some homework and I heard the presentation at the work session. The residents, there are four things that I really want you to be taking in consideration. When we open it up to this drinking district downtown, there are several things that are not going to be pleasing to the community: urination, public intoxication, trash, defecation, and all of the things that come with public intoxication. I heard one of your presenters say that the social district in Raleigh was going well. Well, I checked. Glenwood South has had an increase in phone and police phone calls from incidents that are involved in public drunkenness. Now, I looked at the map and where you're proposing this. I wouldn't have a problem if you were proposing this across the whole city of Durham, because when this was proposed, it's supposedly to recoup some losses that businesses have lost downtown. But there are businesses across the city that have had those same losses due to COVID. And if you're not going to expand this to where those businesses from one side of town to the next side of town that can be included in it, it almost appears that this proposal is being made for the rich development that y'all are creating downtown with the $1 million condos and the $1 million people that are living down there. And that's not fair to the total. There's no equity in that. Also, we have to look at crime as a whole. When we start talking about this social drinking, and I know what it entails because I've been around it, you're going to have people that make sure that underage drinking is not happening. There's nothing that will prevent anyone from going in, getting one of those cups and going outside and giving it to a 17 and 18-year-old. Because these days you don't know a 17-year-old, 18-year-old from a 44-year-old and a 50-year-old. So who's going to monitor that? Then I saw one council member ask about police surveillance. Well, you're going to have some kind of increase, because along with drinking like that, and I'm not saying that everybody is going to be drunk, but there does come a degree of public drunkenness. When that happens, people's senses go down. So that means that people that come down there with the wrong intention, now you're going to increase the likelihood of those individuals.
Thank you, Ms. Wagstaff. I know it's hard for you to be on the internet, and I need to say that every time when we talk to folk on the internet, but the buzzer has actually gone off for your 3 minutes, so we thank you for your comments tonight. All right. Are there any other comments from Council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Mayor, thank you so much, and thank you, colleagues, for abiding us. And I was the one who asked for this to be put on general business as opposed to consent. Firstly, Madam Mayor, I want to honor and celebrate the principles you've been putting forward, grace and kindness. And I think far too often in politics, we're distilled down to our votes and we don't celebrate each other enough. But I think this social district issue has really been a touchstone for us, and really illustrating how robust and how important a deliberative process is. Each of my colleagues, each of you sitting up here, I think have brought out some really important aspects. Madam Mayor, you and Councilmember Freeman and Councilmember Hyman, true to form, have relentlessly made sure that we look at the equity issues that come with and that are implicated by the social district and surrounding areas. I think that's something we always need to bring up. And I want to thank the three of you for doing that in this particular case. Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Caballero, I think, raised incredibly important issues when it came to what enforcement looked like. It provided an opportunity, I think, and I see the Durham Police Chief in the chamber tonight. It provided an opportunity for us to remind our residents and citizens that the Durham Police Department is the Durham Police Department, and that they are not aspiring to replicate the worst of a composite of policing, but that they are a local police department. And they, I was pleased to hear the chief talk about what our enforcement posture would be when it comes to public drunkenness or empty containers, not just in the district, but around the city. I think that was an important reminder. But Councilmember Johnson and Councilmember Caballero, I think, do us a service in reminding us that those things don't happen by accident, that our police department isn't what it is because we weren't vigilant, because we weren't insistent, because we didn't continually have conversations about what it looks like to police according to our values in Durham. And we've been blessed with leadership now and in the past that respond to that. So I want to thank them for that. Councilmember Williams, a constant voice on the importance of keeping Durham in the forefront of being an economic power and being a voice for those who are job creators, and for reminding us that there's a direct link between our city's wealth and prosperity and our ability to do some of the things we want to do. As a government, we don't make anything. All we do is raise taxes, raise money through taxes, and spend. We don't make widgets, we don't run restaurants, we don't build houses. So I want to just congratulate all of my colleagues for, I think, bringing really important elements to this conversation. With that now, I asked for the GBA, this to be placed on GBA because there were some questions raised about the contract with DDI, the legal contract with DDI, who will represent us and run the social district for us. And I want to go on record congratulating and just thanking our city attorney's office, who I think did an excellent job, wrote a fantastic memo explaining to us some of the differences and nuances that are particular to Durham relative to some of our sister cities that were brought up and alluded to in this conversation. The tick-tock, the timetable of the legislation, the amended legislation, that some of our partners, they're using city staff to actually do the job, whereas Durham is not. And I want to thank Attorney Rayberg for an excellent, excellent memo to us explaining the law, the implications in Durham's particular situation. The concern, of course, was that we would pass something that was onerous or overly burdensome on DDI. And after reading our attorney's memo and looking at some of the case studies from other cities and considering the tick-tock that the city attorney presented to us relative to the law, I'm convinced that we're on good ground, and that even the ask of DDI, because we are not using city staff, we're shopping this out to DDI, who's well established, well known to us. But I, after reading all of the materials and going back, and I asked the questions, I was concerned. I'm convinced that it is not onerous, it is not overly burdensome, and I think that we will get good info. And I want to thank former Councilmember Wagstaff's comments and admonitions. We need to remain vigilant. But I think the robust discussion we've had, all of the elements that have been brought up by all of the council throughout the course of this conversation, and the excellent work done by our city attorneys, I think satisfies all of the queries I had regarding this matter, and I'm prepared to vote on it. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, colleagues, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Are there any other comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually just had a question for staff, and specifically around the other areas that aren't downtown having access to the social districts, and how to set maybe a process, if there's possible, a process for other business districts and kind of folks in the community who don't have a DDI in place. I don't know how we can be supportive in that, but I feel like that is an equity issue that needs to be addressed. And I don't know what the next steps need to be in that, but I do want to make sure that if we are moving forward with the social district, that it does actually include equity.
You want to speak? Yeah. So thank you for that question. And we also have staff who've been involved in actually getting us to this point for the social district that is being before you this evening. While there may have been some discussions, we have not actually had any detailed discussions for any other groups around the city who would be interested in setting up a social district. If that were to occur, as an organization, we would determine what next steps would be, whether or not there would be a designated organization or entity that would manage that on behalf of the city, or if the city would in some way manage that ourselves. But we are not out looking for other social districts to be created, but we would be responsive if there was a group or other businesses that were interested in establishing one.
Just one additional question. I'm not sure if the conversation is occurring, but I do want to make sure that I put it out there that there should be more, I guess, of a closed off space for this. just acknowledging that having cars and people who are inebriated could present a problem. I would like to hear if we're considering closing off some of those streets down in that area.
That is not under consideration at this time. I mean, obviously, we do have special events and those kinds of things where streets are closed off for special events, and there's some rules related to how special events engage the social district. But at this time, the social district mirrors the business improvement district downtown.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you both. Are there any other questions? Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a quick question about that I became concerned about after receiving an email from the ED of Durham Central Park, and just wanted to check whether we had considered, her concerns about trash seem more easily dealt with. Her concerns about special event permits that are required for alcohol use in the park seem a little bit more complicated, and I was wondering if do we have a position on that? Is it something we need to figure out? Yeah.
It looks like you're directing your question to me, Councilmember. But Director Walcott has actually had some pointed conversations on that topic, so I'm going to let him address those.
Thank you.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Wade Walcott with Parks and Recreation Department. And yes, we've had those direct conversations about how a special event permitted event would interact. And so it's also written in the language of the ordinance as well, where if there's an event going on that has a special event permit that is in the boundary of a social district, that participants in the social district would not be able to bring their beverages within that special event. And the vice versa is true as well. So if you're in the event with a special event, you wouldn't be able to leave that event with your beverage into the social district. To help communicate that and make sure that participants on both sides are well aware of that, a language will be provided for signage in and around both of those events. And we'll work hands-on with our friends at Durham Central Park as well to help them out.
Great, thank you.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think just based on Councilmember Johnson's question, it kind of covered a little bit of where I was going on in work session. It might be a good, I guess, conversation or additional support to have the Hearts folks lined up, I guess, or even if it needed to be increased. But if that need is necessary, like if it comes forward, I would like to know it like as soon as possible, because I don't want to wait until something happens and then have our officers out there when we could have folks who are unarmed and able to assist in case there are incidents that do arise that aren't violent.
Yes, you may.
So, I would respond to that information this way. Whenever we have a call that comes into 911, it is going to be, it's going to be dispatched according to the circumstances of the incident. So we always want the best response to any type of incident to actually take place. So when if it is within the operating hours of the HART team and it is an applicable call for them to respond to, certainly they would respond to it. If it is a call that is applicable for Durham Police to respond, then they would respond.
And just one additional comment, Madam Mayor, I just want to give a big shout out to the Hearts team for their spot on CNN with Dr. Gupta. Thank you.
Thank you both. I'll turn to my left now. Councilwoman Hyman, followed by Councilman Williams.
Hello, I want to just thank Mayor Pro Tem for that summary of the work that we put into this decision. I will be supporting this decision, but I just want to have a question in terms of, we do have some residents who have some concerns, and so will we be doing any kind of like follow-up in terms of, reviewing the process and how it's going, any kind of evaluation on where we're at with it,
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Glenwood South is not in the social district in Raleigh. The other thing is, And this is not any particular council colleague or any particular person, but more so a general statement. Sometimes we dilute the word equity, and it becomes, just kind of thrown out there. Equity should be a culture, not a process. And I think in some ways while I appreciate the conversation or debate over this topic, I think we've almost made it much more complicated. As of right now, you can go in any bar or any restaurant, buy as many drinks as you want, go outside, go to another bar or restaurant, drink as much as you want, go outside and go to another one, get drunk, and then go outside and walk. This law does not police that. This simply allows you to get a drink and walk outside within a managed zone. And you can go into a facility that does not sell alcohol if they are participating in it. And I'm just a little confused. We're concerned about what it does. We want it all over the city, or we don't want it all over the city. We've made it really complicated. It just simply decriminalizes you from leaving the facility in which you purchase your drink to go to the next facility. Just like they're decriminalizing marijuana. So I'm listening to the conversation. I'm listening to the public feedback as well. And I just want to say, right now you can go into a restaurant or a bar, you can buy a drink, you can go in the restroom, put it in a bottle, you can go outside, you can give it to a 13-year-old kid. So I don't want us to put ourselves as a city in a position to where it's unenforceable because of the things that we're thinking about just might happen, and we can't govern based on what might happen. We're going to put it in place. The ABC laws are still existing, and we're going to have a manager that's going to manage this program that's within this owned space by the city. Just like Carolina Theater is owned by the city and it has a programmer. DPAC is owned by the city and it has a programmer. The Durham Bulls are the Durham Bulls, but the facility they play baseball in belongs to the city. So I just don't want us to over complicate this. And yeah, equity is a culture, not a process.
All right.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you so much. I plan on supporting this this evening. I appreciate all the folks who came out to the work session in support of it. I'm hearing some resident concerns. I appreciate that we will be getting some evaluation during the process so we can hear updates. But I'm the council member who was discussing at the work session around, and what I said was I wasn't expecting this to happen with this attached to this if this ordinance passed. What I said was that I really made sure that what I want is for us to think about the transit opportunities downtown if we're going to have a social district. And so I hope that as we enter our next budget cycle, which is looming, as we all know, starts in December, we kick off really in January and February. I know that I will really be pushing for transit staff to think about what parts of downtown can actually be closed at least part of the time. I know that some of our businesses commented a lot about the success of the farmers market. The farmers market is successful because people walk around and there are no cars. And so I'm hoping that the social district also creates another opportunity that is very successful, that will benefit businesses, but will also improve transit in the way that I think a lot of our residents want. And so that is something that I'm looking forward to when we are ready for that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caballero. Are there any other comments? Councilwoman Johnson, followed by Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill. I just wanted to state that I'm also excited about supporting this proposal. Would be interested in doing something to close off traffic in downtown. Councilmember Williams just mentioned the Streetery. I think that was a great program. Doing something to make the downtown more inviting for pedestrians at the same time that we're doing the social district sounds great. I'm not worried about like hordes of drunken folks getting in front of cars. I don't think that that's going to be a problem, but I do think that it would be more pleasant in general to have a car-free space, and it would be great to do that. And again, just want to, reiterate our police chief at our last meeting who responded to my concerns about any kind of harsh enforcement with the policy, the ongoing policy that, the police department is focusing on violent crime, that people, that open container laws are not a priority for enforcement, and will continue to not be a priority for enforcement in the social district or anywhere else in the city of Durham. So while I do, I think the concerns that I have are not allayed by not approving this. My concerns are more that, somebody who's drinking beer on the street a mile outside the district is going to be treated differently than someone who's drinking a beer on the street in the district. That doesn't mean we shouldn't approve this. It means that, we should continue to treat those sorts of minor infractions as the extremely minor infractions that they are, and that our police department should continue to focus on keeping us safe in the ways that matter, and our chief assured me that that is going to continue to be the case. So I look forward to approving this item tonight and to having this opportunity in Durham. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Freeman. All right. Thank you all for your thoughtful comments on this matter, and I am now ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance to amend the Durham City Code to create a social district.
Madam, so move.
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem has made the motion. I believe Councilman Williams and Councilman Hyman have both seconded at the same time, but we'll go with Councilman Williams as the second. All those in favor, if you would sign by raising your left hand. All those opposed will have the same right. Seeing none, we have voted yes for a social district in Durham, North Carolina. We will be ever vigilant, and we will be watching safe and happy times in downtown Durham for everybody. All right. All right, we now turn to our public hearings this evening, and we will start with item number 27, 4214 Fayetteville Road, which is a zoning map change. And I do believe that we have a speaker here online, Mr. Sean Seidner, S-I-D-E-N-E-R. He is speaking for the applicant. Mr. Seidner.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Mayor
You have
Council.
3 minutes.
Okay, I think I've got a pretty short thing anyway. It's a pretty simple project. The applicant is seeking to rezone the subject site from RS20 to O&I as an...
Mr. Seidner.
Yes.
Please allow me to interrupt you for 1 second, and we're having a little difficulty hearing you, so while we do that, let me do things proper in the order. I forgot our staff.
Okay.
We have to receive our staff report first, so I apologize, and we will hear from our staff while we adjust your microphone so that we can hear you. So if you would give us 1 second, it's not Ms. Roper. Sir, if you would please give me your name, I apologize. Please forgive me.
Oh, no problem. Mayor O'Neill, I'm Mr. Cahill. I'll be presenting for Ms. Roper tonight. Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, honorable council members, Alexander Cahill, Planning Department. Excited to be here with you tonight in person again. Just before we start, we want to make sure that we let you know that for the record, all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all these notices are available in the Planning Department upon request. Staff did receive an application from Kevin Fairfax, the property owner, to change the zoning designation of one parcel of land totaling 0.97 acres and located at 4214 Fayetteville Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 20, and the applicant proposes to change the zoning designation to office and institutional with a development plan. The properties are currently designated medium-density residential in the future land use map. The proposed office and institutional with a development plan zoning is inconsistent with this future land use. If the proposed zoning is approved this evening, staff recommends a change to the future land use map to designate the property as office. Well, currently the proposed office and institutional with a development plan zoning would not be consistent if approved. Oh, excuse me. So the proposed zoning provides for adaptive reuse of existing single-family dwelling, commits to future development of the site to be in the same architectural style of the existing structure, and proposes to construct a bus pullout and concrete pad bus shelter subject to Go Durham and Go Triangle specifications. In addition, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this case by a vote of 8-0 at their June 23rd, 2022 meeting. Two motions are required to approve this application this evening. The first is to approve the zoning ordinance itself, and the second is to approve the consistency statement. Staff and the applicant, Mr. Sean, is available for comment tonight as well.
Thank you so much. You have now heard the report from staff, and I will declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Seeing none, we will now turn to our speaker, Mr. Satner, who, as I indicated earlier, will be speaking for the applicant. Sir, you will now have 3 minutes.
Hey, good evening again. Hopefully my volume is better.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Alexander actually did the bulk of the work for me. It's a pretty straightforward request, rezoning from the RS20 to the OI. The immediate need of which would be to use the existing structure as an office, in this case, a real estate office, I believe. We got it kind of split in 2 phases. The phase 1 development would be just using the existing structure as the office and no real development at that time. And then the phase 2 is basically just reserving the right to do something else with the remainder of the property. We've restricted a lot of those uses, which you can see on the plan. And I think that's pretty much it. I'm available for any questions that any council member might have.
Thank you, sir. I will now, I think that's all the speakers that we have for this particular item, and this public hearing is now closed, and the matter is back before council to see if there are any questions from my colleagues. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cahill? It's a nice tie. Good to see you.
Thank you. Just trying to keep up.
Thanks. I wanted to ask, this corridor, I've been spending some time with some residents in that corridor because of NCDOT Act. This eminent domain is taking place in that. Is this that bend, encompass that bend where NCDOT is doing?
That is that bend, yes.
So, and this is less than I plan on supporting it's less than an acre for this owner, but is it safe to say that that work has really lessened the desirability or appropriateness of private homes in that corridor because of that work? And if this is out of your lane, please say so. But
no, that's a great question. That's a hard one to answer. We've seen kind of a patchwork of projects and proposals come into this area, and it does seem that there's been a catalyst of some sort that's kind of changed the nature of development. I don't know if that is pushing single-family homes out or if they're not able to develop on the site. But I think the most intense use of this land at 0.97 acres for this specifically makes more sense because they would only be able to do one single-family home essentially for the RS20.
Right. All right, thank you so much. That's it. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions from council members? All right, we have 2 motions for our consideration of this item. Motion number 1, which we're ready to entertain a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban -20 RS-20 and establishing the same as office and institutional with a development plan OD.
Move is read.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. All those in favor, if you would sign by raising your left hand. All those opposed having the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We now consider motion number 2, to adopt the consistency and reasonableness statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Hyman and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. All those in favor, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed would have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to our next item, which is also a public hearing. It's item number 28, which is a consolidated annexation courtyards at Doc Nichols II. And we also will receive our staff report at this time.
Good evening again. Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Jason Coffey of Epcon Communities for 4 parcels of land totaling around 78 acres and located at 1911 Panoramic Drive, Lazywood Lane, and Doc Nichols Road. This annexation petition is for a contiguous expansion of the existing primary corporate city limits. The properties are presently designated low-density residential in the future land use map, and the proposed planned development residential of 2.242 or 2.242 dwelling units an acre is consistent with the designated use shown on the future land use map. A petition for annexation into the city limits, case BDG 2018, was originally submitted with the zoning map change request and was brought before the City Council on October 4th, 2021. The annexation request was denied by a vote of 3-3. A new annexation petition was submitted with the associated rezoning, case Z 2030. The new petition, along with the active zoning map change request, were both updated to reflect feedback heard during the City Council discussion from staff and from community members. And this included increased environmental protections, varying housing types, and the inclusion of additional inclusion of the eastern parcel in this proposal. Staff have concluded the current iteration of the proposal commits to sustainable design commitments, differentiated housing stock, contributions to the City of Durham's dedicated housing fund, environmental commitments including no stream crossings, and increased tree preservation. 3 motions are required for this application to be approved this evening. The first is to adopt an ordinance annexing the property and entering into a utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance itself. And the third is to approve the consistency statement. Staff and the applicant team are available for any questions this evening.
Thank you, sir. You've heard the report from staff, and I will declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not a question, it's a comment, Mr. Cahill, and I would ask that you convey this through appropriate channels. The Planning Commission vote was 8-3, and there were 3 comments, I think, by my reckoning in this document. I think I've said on at least 2 occasions that it's important that we get commentary from the Planning Commission. I think I've said on occasion that a simple vote from the Planning Commission does not help me as a policymaker, because they're not a policymaking board, they're an advisory board. I need their advice. 1 time, okay, 2 times, maybe it's happenstance. There seems to me to be a pattern. And I would ask that you convey to the Planning Commission that I'm not speaking for the council, I'm speaking as one council member, that we need to see their commentary, whether it's yay or nay, for or against, because that's what we've placed them on the commission for. They've been placed on the commission for. If not, I'm going to ask my colleagues to take some type of corrective action on the makeup of that board. And I want to go on record. This is not, we have not taken action. This is not an official statement, but for me, as a member of the council, this has been intoned a number of times by me. And there seems to be almost a willful now pattern, a willful defiance. This is a pattern now. And I don't know what is behind it or what the motive is. I'm not really concerned about that. I am concerned about them faithfully discharging what it is to be on the Planning Commission. And if they won't do it, I'm going to ask my council colleagues to take action and find some people that will. So I ask that you would convey that to them. And thanks to those who do provide comments regularly. But these votes where it's 11 people voting and 3 comments, to me it's beginning to vex me. So if you would just convey that to them, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Hyman.
And so I'd like to also piggyback on Mayor Pro Tem, because one of the things, I mean, I think, and I can't keep saying I'm new, but I think there's 14 members on this planning commission, am I correct? And a lot of times, we don't even get first of all, I don't know if everybody's showing up, but I'm concerned about that too, because the numbers in terms of voting it's just not the same in terms of how many people are on the commission. So I'm really concerned about that. Are they coming? Are they not coming? They're not kind of giving us any type of feedback, as Mayor Pro Tem has alluded on a number of occasions. And I actually read them because, again, I'm still learning, right? And so I'm kind of concerned about it being 14 members and them not really showing up to all the meetings. I'm just concerned about that also, so.
Councilman Williams?
Are we having any type of reporting issues? Because I am hearing some commissioners state that they are submitting, but they're not seeing it either.
Mayor, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
Good evening, everyone. Sarah Young with the Planning Department. You all bring up great questions, and I want to fill you in on kind of the status of affairs with Planning Commissioner comments. Recently, at a council meeting, this topic was brought up. We immediately followed up with the Planning Commission, and since that time, they have been submitting, all members have been submitting comments. We worked through some glitches in technology, and we worked on some Planning Commissioner education, and the chair of the commission stressed the importance. What you're seeing now is the fact that there is a fairly large lag time between cases that are going to Planning Commission and when they finally make it to you. So you will continue to see some cases that went to them that they acted on before we re-emphasize the importance of them getting us comments. So you will probably still see some additional cases that have relatively few comments. We have on a very sporadic basis, had a few attendance issues, not widespread. We have had a few vacancies. Those are in the process of being filled. But for the most part, the majority of members do attend faithfully and do, if you've watched any of their meetings, spend a lot of time deliberating the cases. But we're working to get you should see in future cases. It may probably take up to another month or so before you see some of those cases start to come through. So I ask that you bear with us.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Councilwoman Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank Councilmember Hyman and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton for their comments. I do want to say, as a former planning commissioner, that it was never stated that it was kind of a must that you add comments. I think usually, as a commissioner, if there was something that was kind of outlying, that was what comments you might have added. I appreciate what you're saying, and I do agree that it's helpful. I do want to say that I am very grateful that there are folks willing to serve on these boards, acknowledging that these meetings can last almost 5, 6, 7 hours, just like our council meetings, and they are all recorded at this point. I mean, I think they've always been recorded, just acknowledging that DTV8 has carried those planning commission meetings, and I think they're now on YouTube because it is on Zoom, and so I'd encourage you for the next month that we're not seeing those comments to kind of view them. I often do go back and view the meetings because some sentiments are not always captured in the comments. It is often very helpful to see just how dismissive, a developer can be around some of the questions that come forward from some of our volunteer commissioners. And so I do want to say that it is available at all times. It's not just the comments in the packet, that there are videos, and you can also talk to the commissioners as well. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments this evening, and we will now turn to our speakers. We have several speakers today, this evening with us. The first, though, Ms. Heidi Grable, if you could tell me whether you are a proponent or opponent. Ms. Grable, will you be speaking as a proponent or an opponent? Opponent? All right. So we have 4 proponents and 4 opponents. We will start with the proponents first. Each of you will have, all 8 speakers will have 3 minutes per person. And we will start first with the proponents. And we have with us, by way of the internet, Mr. Jason, let's see, would be Mr. Ryan Akers is the applicant. We also have Mr. Neil Ghosh. We have Mr. Jason Coffey. Those would be proponents. And you may take them in the order as you see fit. Mr. Ghosh? And I believe we also have...
And Mr. Akers and Mr. Coffey are part of the applicant team. Would it be appropriate for me to take a little bit more time? I don't think they are planning on speaking specifically, but they are available to answer questions.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Sure, and thank you. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. I am Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street in Durham, and I'm representing the applicant for this rezoning, which is EPCON. As you mentioned, we do have a number of folks with us tonight. I think there's Laura Holloman, Ryan Akers, Jason Coffey, Tom Sawitsky, and some other folks, perhaps, on the team that are here tonight. And again, I don't think they're planning on speaking specifically, but are here to answer questions as needed. And thank you, Mr. Cahill, for your presentation. Many of you may recall previously that EPCON applied for rezoning and annexation of this site. That rezoning case failed to gain approval from the City Council by a vote of 3-3, with council members Pierce Freelon, Mark Anthony Middleton, and Deidreana Freeman voting in favor of it about a year or so ago. And I believe former Commissioner Reese was absent that night. So I know that not all of you were on council a year ago when this project was voted on, but nevertheless, I thought it would be useful for us to explain the changes made to the plan from a year ago. When we originally came to the City Council, we were at 133 units, all single-family detached. We had 29% tree save, 1 stream crossing, and a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission by a vote of 0-12. The draft SEDVA policies had just been published, and a lot of the discussion that night a year ago centered around those policies. So we've taken some time to try to better address those draft policies, which I understand to still be in draft form at this point. Regardless, we have made significant changes to the project. The most obvious change is that we have added additional units. Where previously we were at 133, we now are at 166. We were able to do this by adding additional unit types, including townhomes and smaller single-family detached homes. And that reminds me, actually, I think one of the commitments says that the townhome lots will not be wider than 30 feet. That should say the townhome units, because the lots for end or corner townhomes might actually be a bit wider. The units, though, will not be wider than 30 feet. Anyway, so yes, there was an increase in density and housing variety. We also increased our tree save from 29% to 33%, and we added a commitment to provide at least 3 distinct recreational open space areas, each at least a ½ acre in size minimum. Some of the more subtle changes include, importantly, eliminating a stream crossing. This was a significant point of contention last year, and we simply were not in a position to cross it off the development plan at that time. But since then, we have studied it and, consistent with the draft SEDFA policies, have figured out a way to eliminate that stream crossing for both vehicular and utility crossings, so there will be no impact to that stream. Additionally, we have shrunk our building and parking envelope on the development plan to better indicate where homes will go versus the open space. I think one of the really cool things we have committed to here is providing conduit in every home to the roof to facilitate the installation of rooftop-mounted solar PV systems, and we have committed to installing a minimum 4-kilowatt solar PV system on the primary amenity structure. EPCON has used this approach in other communities to help promote the installation of solar panels in their communities, and we also have committed to a one-time contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund of $120,000. So this case has gone through a lot of changes, but there are some aspects that were good a year ago and remain as positive contributors to the project today. We remain at a maximum of 24% impervious. We still are implementing the North Carolina Natural Heritage Inventory, which identifies the western portion of this property as a programmatic programmatic priority. Our development plan shows no development in that area and instead identifies that area as tree safe. Objectively, I think this project is better than what previously has been proposed. It provides more housing with less environmental impacts. EPCON has worked hard to improve this project in ways which are consistent with the draft SEDVA policies. One final change to bring to your attention: this time around, the project received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission by a vote of 8-3. That's a pretty big swing, and we appreciate their acknowledgement of our efforts, and we hope to have your support tonight as well. I want to thank you for your time, and our team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I think at this time, before we start with our other speakers, we have to consider our closed captioning folk who need a break. It's at a little after the 9 o'clock hour. So if you would allow us to take about, how long you don't want to take? 10 minutes? I think that's what I'm hearing and seeing. 10 minutes, we'll take about a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 9:12. Thank you all for understanding.
A lot of people have worries about the staffing. It's been a huge issue for the public. Are we adequately staffed? What do low staffing levels actually mean for your ability to answer calls?
Currently, our staffing levels is roughly, we have 69% of vacancies filled. We have mechanisms in place that were better than before to where we can better manage our staff, better leverage our team members, their skill sets. We can diversify our team members and what they're able to do. So I think that that's given us an average, an added plus, a step up to be able to really help and build our capabilities as we continue to work on filling our staffing.
See a pothole? There's an app for that. Missed pickup? There's an app for that. Need to set up water service? There's an app for that too. Introducing the One Call app. Report your service requests online on your schedule. Just download for free from the App Store or Google Play Store. Then sign up and start using it to report problems, check the status of your service request, or just find out more information. Try the Durham One Call app today.
Here's some tips to ensure that your garbage and recycling gets picked up. 1. Your carts should be put out for collection before 6 a.m. on your collection day. 2. Your carts should be at least 3 feet from all other objects such as mailboxes, telephone poles, fire hydrants, trees, and other carts. 3. Your carts should be no more than 3 feet from the curb. 4. No vehicles should be blocking your carts. The mechanical arms on our trucks need direct access to your carts and cannot reach around vehicles. To find more information about garbage and recycling pickups, go to this web address.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/languageaccess. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del Plan de Acceso al Idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del Plan de Acceso al Idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
I was looking for an opportunity, and an old friend of mine suggested that I apply at Go Durham. The community really relies on us, on Go Durham public transportation.
Well, I like driving a bus because of the friendly culture. I love it in the morning when people greet me, good morning, they give me a friendly wave, they appreciate you. And that goes a long way being a bus driver in Go Durham.
Anything can be achieved here. You can come in at the bottom and you will be able to excel in fairly a short amount of time. Here, I started as an operator and I'm here now as an operator training specialist. So as long as you stick to it, you can excel.
The perfect candidate that would excel at Go Durham is someone with tenacity, someone with drive, someone who wants to make a difference for their community.
You have to be people-oriented, you have to be experienced, and you have to be on hands, ready to go, but with the proper training, it's just like driving a car.
So as a new driver with road training, come in and you see me and I'm gonna make sure you have all the tools to succeed.
They give you a lot of input and they work with you step by step. So you won't be alone in this.
To anyone considering working for Go Durham, you won't regret it. Please come, please apply. We would love to have you join the Go Durham team.
Recording stopped.
All right, everybody. Hey. I'm good, thank you. Okay, thank you, baby. Y'all, no, thank y'all. Okay. All right. Let us bring everybody back to order so that we may continue on with the business of this evening. We're still on the item 28, the Consolidated Annexation Courtyards at Doc Nichols II, and we have heard from our applicant, and we now turn to persons here with us, and I believe there may be one person online that we are unsure whether she is speaking on this item. According to the clerk, she had her hand raised when this item was first called. Who is that person?
Geraldine Carver.
Ms. Carver, can you?
Donna Steinbeck as well.
And Ms. Steinbeck. Ms. Carver first.
Yes.
Ms. Carver, are you speaking as a proponent or an opponent on this matter?
Well, I'm speaking in opposition.
Okay, thank you. I just need to get that,
because-
Ms. Carver, I just need to get clarification. I need to check with one other person. We'll come right back to you. The other person will be Ms. Donna Steinbeck. Ms. Steinbeck, would you be speaking in opposition or as a proponent of this item?
Opponent.
All right. Thank you.
Beverly Mills.
We also have Ms. Beverly Mills. Ms. Mills, will you be speaking to this item in for or against as an opponent or proponent, ma'am?
Opponent.
All right. All right, so we will start with the three people who are on line tonight. And we will return back to Ms. Carver. Ms. Carver, you will have 3 minutes. Yes, Ms. Schreiber. Ms. Geraldine? She signed in twice, I believe.
Right, I don't know which one to activate. If she could raise her hand, that would be great.
Ms. Carver, if you would raise your virtual hand.
Can you hear me?
Ms. Carver?
Yes.
All right, we can hear you, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, and all of the city council members here. Thank you so much for having us on this evening. I'm here in opposition because I live 600 feet of another property for which the zoning map has been requested. And the southwest quadrant that consists of Courtyards Road and Doc Nichols, Panoramic Drive, Lazywood Lane, and Doc Nichols Road. My concern is not wanting the street that I live on to intersect with those other streets because it will increase the traffic flow in our neighborhood. And for the most part, all the residents in this neighborhood are senior citizens. And it would present a traffic problem for us. And it's just would not be good. And then too, another requirement was either proposal for us being annexed into the city. And we've been out here for several years, 40 plus years. And like I said, the majority of the residents out here are retired senior citizens. So nobody wants to pay city and county taxes if we don't have to. So I'm not sure all the ins and outs that are involved in this project, but I'm speaking as an individual resident of Panoramic Drive. And there were some other persons who wanted to sign on tonight, but initially we had some technical difficulties. So I guess they decided not to for whatever reason. But I this is my voice and my reasoning and my rationale for my decision in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carver, for your comments tonight. We now turn to Ms. Ms. Standback, Ms. Donna Standback.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and council members. I am Donna Steinbach. I live at 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road. I'm a lifelong Durham resident. I'm an opponent to Courtyards at Doc Nichols II because of the neighbors' input at the Planning Commission on July 12th and the environmental issues under discussion tonight. Many reasons are represented on the environmental planning matrix that I think Tammy has, and we'll try to get up on the screen if that's possible. The first item is, of course, this is a 74.44 acre lot, and it's big size lot as a site, and they're looking at.
We've got
thank
some material to project.
Sir, if you would just, sir, she wouldn't be able to hear you.
This thing that I understand has some material to project. Now,
And when I went over there to talk to them about it, there was no one in the fire marshal office, whether city or county, that came to see me today that could tell me whose lot of land at Trenton, I'm not sure, Trenton at the corner of Doc Nichols and at Leesville Road, that townhome subdivision. No one could tell me whether it was Chris Wilcox at the fire department, assistant fire marshal, or whether it was Tyler Fitz, assistant fire marshal for Durham County, could tell me who even had jurisdiction over the blasting at that site. No one had warned me. I'd been here for days. No one had warned me. And so I just want to ask, why in the world is nobody in city council or the fire marshals, anybody keeping up with what is going on with the blasting around here? At the same time, I received a text message from my sister who lives about 2,000 feet down from me, who said, are they blasting up there? And she felt it further away than I did. And I just want to know what's going on with anybody caring about the blasting. It felt like my house, they came in, the fire marshals found some damage, broken windows and different things like that. Nobody seems to care. And it seemed like from the last time I was able to hear is that unless somebody brought a lawsuit, no, it really didn't happen. And I'm just here to say that it really does happen. It just happened to me today. You know,
Ms. Mills, are you still with us?
Madam Mayor, do you want me to put her back on? I had removed her
Yes,
permission
please.
to speak.
what I was finishing up saying was Mayor Pro Tem had said in the past, if there was not, if anyone had asked whether or not someone had brought a lawsuit, as if someone hadn't brought a lawsuit, then it really didn't happen. Well, I guess I have to bring a lawsuit because it really did happen. And I want to know who was responsible for this. Not only was I informed that this happened today, but this blasting is going to happen for a month from now on for just that apartment building across the street. I mean, that townhouse building across the street from me. Who is responsible for this? Who cares about us local Durhamite people who have foundations? Who cares?
Thank you, Ms. Mills. Thank you for your comments tonight. If someone wanted to speak on this item who is still on the internet, if you would please raise your virtual hand at this time. We will also prepare to hear from our citizens who are here in chambers, beginning with Ms. Pam Williams, Ms. Lindsay Slater, Ms. Heidi Grable, and Ms. Teresa Stroud. Do we see any hands raised virtually?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Williams, if you will come, you will have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pam Williams. I live at 2130 Adventure Trail, within 500 feet, maybe 700 feet from this development. I've walked this road. I've walked through this area. I lived in this area for over 40 years, and I'm a lifelong resident of Durham, North Carolina. I thought I brought 2 presentations today, one to put and one to look at. But anyway, at one time, somebody asked me, what is different in this area than the rest of Durham? I brought this topography map to show you that this area in Durham, on the north side of Leesville Road, south side of 98, has some of the worst terrain than anywhere else in Durham County. And so I want to show you that this is what's causing a lot of the earth moving, the mass grading, and the blasting that's required. Okay. But, so I'm going to go ahead and start on. I am requesting you to vote no for various reasons, which include this development would be like other developments and put further strain on Durham's already stressed resources. We have asked constantly for EIA or EIS or cumulative impact statement. The TIA, the traffic study, is based on outdated traffic information dated 2019, and it is not clear how this will affect the schools and the existing residents and, of course, the fire station and EMS. Presently around the proposed development, it is all zoned rural residential, and the land is, and the lady was talking about panoramic. Panoramic is one, their houses back up to this land development. This proposed land development. Again, I know they were talking about all these improvements that they were making, but the development still using minimum standards for the site plan. Large developments such as this should provide natural buffer boundaries along property lines to maintain the existing tree canopy between the large developments and the existing developments. Developers need to provide a 20 to 30 feet natural boundary and not grade to the property lines that they're doing on every single clearing project they're doing out here. Every single one they grade to the property line. They're proposing minimum 20-foot buffers, which will grade to the property line, and then they come back and put a 0.4. And as you know, those trees are going to take 20 to 30 years. We'll be dead before those trees hide anything or provide a vista. Developers should provide a minimum of 30 feet of street yard and a 08 capacity to try to maintain some of the resemblance of the existing tree canopy along Doc Nichols Road. This would be acting as a good neighbor. I recommend you to drive down this road to see what is left of the treescape and then see where the existing development has graded everything and left nothing but hardscape.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, for your comments.
Oh, I've got so much more to go, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. We now turn to Ms. Slater. You will have 3 minutes, and we will then turn to Ms. Grable and Ms. Stroud.
Cool. Hello. Good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Lindsay Slater. I live at Grove Park in Durham. My perspective is different from a lot of the people who share surrounding this topic. I don't have a home near a dynamite zone, but I do want to share from my perspective my concerns for this annexation as well as agenda number 31. So I moved here about 3 years ago from New York. I grew up in California. I'm very passionate about environmentalism and our future, etc. I know a lot of people have already spoken about, specifically from Preserve Rural Durham, who do the hard work, so I appreciate it, spoken about environmental concerns. Mine specifically are around the planning committee meetings I have been to. So I appreciate those here tonight who've voiced concerns around maybe their decision-making or, yes, decision-making. We'll leave it there. What the proponent gentleman said about trees, like improvements he's made from the last year's proposal, sound great if we were working in silos and if this was the only development, but it seems as though the planning committee is not thinking about development comprehensively. Like I live in a neighborhood off of Olive Branch Road, and it's about 1.5 miles for those who don't know. And there's already like 6 huge clear-cutting, grading areas happening right now. So with the EMS, fire, emergency services that are already strained, which has been brought up many, many times, these houses and townhomes aren't even built yet, so it's very concerning about what will happen once they are here, and that means thousands of more people in the area. In addition to the roads, which I understand a lot of roads in those areas are owned by the state, so if we're planning without the state input of committing to improving roads and such, it's going to be a big mess, more than it is. So also from my perspective, I work from home, I work in tech. A lot of people I talk to don't come to these meetings, unfortunately, but I do know people are very concerned around this stuff, and the short-term gains of allowing, like we're on many lists of best places to live in America right now, but I think the desired effect is going to be the opposite in honestly 5 to 10 years if people don't want to live somewhere where infrastructure was not planned for. What's going to make them want to stay? So the people you want moving into these homes, what's the incentive if it's going to be a shit show, to be honest? So my request is to pause or do something that you can to stop approving all of these developments until there's a solid plan to support them with infrastructure.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Ms. Grable? And then we'll hear from Ms. Stroud. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Heidi Grable. I am a real estate agent. I have grown up in Durham all of my life. Basically, she just said everything I just wanted to bring to your attention. The way that I help a lot of new people coming to the area. I'm also hearing from a lot of people who are moving away from the area because it is changing so rapidly and so drastically from what they loved. This area along Doc Nichols, if you drive it right now, is completely different from what it was. I feel like even though I understand that maybe the zoning and the space, all of the criteria are being met by the developer, but it actually isn't really fitting into a long-term plan of someone driving down that road and feeling like we care about the environment and building a neighborhood that people look into down the road and think, I want to live in one of those houses. These are so densely built, and the roadways cannot support what is being put into this area right now. It's not feeling comfortable to the citizens that live there now, and I don't think it's going to in the future, unless we are asking these developers to contribute in a very strong way to the roadways. And the environmental issues, of course, are tremendous, but the previous speaker just hit everything that I wanted to say, so I reiterate what she said also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Grable. We'll turn to Ms. Stroud.
My name is Teresa Stroud, and I just want to thank you all for allowing me to speak on this particular subject tonight. And I'm going to echo, and I'm against the developing of this development. I'm, along with here, my other members of part of Preserve Rural Durham. My concerns are, I don't live off of 98. I travel up and down 98. I travel Doc Nichols II. I live in the Triangle Development off of Ainger and Page Road. But my concerns are, we've asked the developers for the traffic study. The times that they are doing the traffic study are times where in the morning that are good for those that are going to work early and coming home early. But when you're going to work, like around dropping kids off at school now starts at 9:15, 9 o'clock, the traffic study needs to go to at least 10 o'clock. And then in the evening, if they're stopping at 3 or 4, that doesn't account for the evening traffic that is coming home from work, coming home from picking up their kids from activities. My also concern is about the roads, the infrastructure that has already been mentioned. The roads need repair. The roads are not able to take on the traffic that we have now, and you're asking us to take on more and more developments that are traveling up and down that road. Also with these developments, that you're looking at just one development, but when you combine this development with all these homes and another development down the street with more homes, that development down the street with more homes, this development across the street from more homes, it's a lot of homes that are being built in a dense area, in a small area that is not an account for everything that's, everything that's needed in that area. The traffic, the schools are already overcrowded, and then you have EMS and the fire department that cannot take any more without either adding some more stations in certain areas than they already have allotted for. And we've had several people that have called 911 and have not gotten the timely response that they deserve, that we're paying for, coming to them. And, you know, some of them have made it and some of them have not made it due to the not being able to get to them and not being able to have the phone calls picked up. And so we're just asking that when you are approving these developments, that you not just look at that particular development. We're asking that you look at all the developments that are being built as a whole and decide whether put more restrictions on them, less homes, whatever. We're all for developing and, you know, building for people to come to the city, but it's just too many homes, too many developments, and not enough resources, infrastructure, and things to provide for all of the stuff that you're approving and allowing to come. And thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening. I think that will conclude our speakers speaking in opposition. We will now turn for rebuttal from the proponents. And I believe Mayor Pro Tem has been trying to keep up with time. So you have about 19 minutes.
I promise not to use all that time. And I want to thank everyone for their comments. For the first speaker, I think her name was Ms. Carver. And I just wanted to clarify something. I think, if I understood correctly, her home is off Panoramic Drive. And this project will not be making a vehicular connection to Panoramic Drive. So I just want to make sure that was clear. She also mentioned that many of the residents in that community are senior citizens, which and I think many of you on council are aware, EPCON specializes in housing for elderly populations or populations with mobility issues. So one of the features of every home in their communities is that there is at least one first level entrance that you can use to get into the house without the use of any stairs. They also have first floor master bedrooms, kitchen, laundry, bath, and while they do have options for upper story finishes, everything you could need to live, in a typical house would be on the first floor first. So I actually think that the community or the developer here probably is consistent with and complementary to the community that Ms. Carver described. Some of the other concerns that we heard, deal with tree preservation and natural buffers and that type of thing. And that's actually one of the strengths, in my opinion, of this project. This project provides for 33% tree save, a large portion of which is over on Panoramic Drive. Again, I said, this project does not make a vehicular connection to Panoramic Drive. That's because there's a tree save area in between the development and this project on Panoramic Drive. That's part of the development plan. And so, this project does provide a significant amount of tree save and open space. There also, I think, were some concerns related to the density of this. And what's ironic is when this case was in front of this council about a year ago, the lack of density was one of the issues that was brought up. And so we had worked since then to actually increase the number of units. And I would not be surprised to hear if council would like to see even more houses on this parcel. We are pushing the density to the extent possible. And I can promise you that a developer, EPCON included, doesn't necessarily look at a piece of land and say, what's the fewest number of homes I can build on this piece of property? This is a challenging piece of property, which is why there are so many environmental considerations being added to this. I think the focus on environmental stewardship with this project does come maybe at the cost of density, but is also an important factor to consider. It's not, I think development, as you all know, is a very tricky, very tricky, very challenging business, and there are many moving parts to it. And so we're trying to focus on environmental stewardship with this project. I think Ms. Mills asked who was responsible for the blasting, and I'll answer that question in two parts. First, to my knowledge, EPCON was not in any way blasting this morning or in this area right now at all. But generally speaking, blasting is what is known in my world, the legal world, as a strict liability action, which means that whoever is doing the blasting is strictly liable for whatever damage they cause. It is an inherently dangerous activity, and I would think the city attorneys would also probably agree with just that law school statement. Blasting is a strict liability activity. Whether you follow the permitting or not, doesn't matter. If you are blasting and you cause damage, you are responsible for that damage. And so, I guess the other answer to the question is, if EPCON is blasting, they will be responsible for the damage caused by that, if there is any. And I just want to, put that on the record, make it very clear. There also was, I think, some mention about TIA, and I don't look at my team. I don't think a TIA was required for this project. Yeah, there was no TIA required for this project. So to the extent there were comments about a TIA being outdated or done at the wrong times, it wasn't for this project. Whether that's good or bad, I just wanted to clarify for the record. And yeah, I would agree with Ms., I think it was Grable, sorry if I butchered the name, Ms. Grable's comments about the fact that this area of Durham is changing, and it's changing rapidly. I think that's accurate, and I think that there are many reasons why, some of which has to do with the city's long-range planning, some of which has to do with the city's investment in the lift station, some of which has to do with the fact that Durham is a growing city, and there are going to need to be places for people to live. Yes, this area is changing, but we're embracing that change, and I know that the change can be difficult, but we're trying to do it in a way that is responsible to the environment and to the community. I thank you for your time, and again, our team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
I think that will conclude our speakers for this evening on this matter, and I will declare the public hearing to be closed, and the matter is back before council to see if there are any comments or questions before we entertain the three motions before us. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank all of our residents and citizens, friends who I see in the audience as well, have come out tonight to speak on this matter and to wrestle about how to manage growth in our city. First, I do want to speak to a representation that was made about my words earlier, something to the effect that I implied that if there was no lawsuit, that it did not happen. And I would encourage everybody to go back and watch the archive meeting. I didn't say anything that even rhymed with that. What I asked the developer was that had they paid out any damages that were occurred because of blasting. The answer was no. I asked, had you been sued? The answer was no. I also asked residents and citizens who had made a representation, which is not a violation of the rule of decorum, by the way. If you make a representation publicly, stridently, part of our job as the deliberative body is to ask questions of anyone who makes a declaration. And there were representations made that there was a causal link between foundational damage and blasting. It is not inappropriate to ask, was that documented? Or was there an authority figure that made that determination? That's not inappropriate. I also asked about the source of some of the tomato soup. Did any of it come from actual faucets that you were drinking from? Those are relevant and important questions. Whatever side of an issue you're on, you don't want a city council that just votes based upon what's just said. You want us to do due diligence. You want us to have standards of evidence for anybody. And some of us work in fields where we understand those principles of evidence and not just taking statements at face value. That has nothing to do with the integrity of anyone, but that's just a standard that you want. It keeps our democracy strong. It keeps justice healthy. So I want to say that. I also want to acknowledge the TikTok of this case and the total flip of the Planning Commission. And I guess my question, colleagues, is, and some folk have suggested that we should stop until some fix is made, stop until some policy comes forth that deals with mass grading, erosion, things of that nature. And we've been told as a council that there are some very specific reasons that we can just stop legally and otherwise, and we've been advised by that. So we've got to continue to wrestle and engage one another in the spirit of genuine debate, but respectful, to come up with the best decisions. I do want to ask the realtor, Ms. Grable, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question, if you don't mind. If you would come to the thing so folk can hear you. Thank you. So you said that you've dealt with, I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me, I'm going to be captive spirit of what you said, that you've dealt with, I guess, clients or potential clients who have said, who want to leave Durham because of the changes. Could you tell us specifically what they didn't like about the changes?
Just that there was so much more traffic, that there weren't services available to help. They're scared when they hear that EMS is not able to come to them, that the hospitals are having so much of a long lag time. They just feel like that's not the Durham that they grew up in. And they're hoping that Durham is being responsible about considering how does it feel to live in Durham right now, and how is it going to feel 5 or 10 years from now, as far as, are we planning that in? Like, do you all feel as a council that services are able to handle this major, massive amount of developments that we're approving at this point? So that's what, the people that I meet that are saying, I've had enough, I've got to get out of there. They've lived there all their lives and they love it, but they don't want to stay there in this area of town specifically.
I appreciate that. Have you ever spoken to anyone who lives in our inner city that has to leave Durham, not because they want to, but because they can't afford it anymore?
I've just seen people upset. I've heard of the frustration. I've also had a client who did not want to buy a house that was in a gentrified area because he did not want to be a part of that. I understand the frustration. I know that people, if the taxes are being raised as their house values go up, they have to move out. So that's another frustration and a hard part for them. I don't know if the council can try to sort of reverse plan an area where people could stay because they can guarantee that the taxes won't go up for a certain amount of time, or plan a neighborhood. I don't know what the solution to that is, except managing the development that's going on downtown.
No, no, that's fair, and I appreciate that. And I certainly wouldn't want you to, answer a question that many of us don't know what the solution is.
Right.
And indeed, it is about managed growth. I do want to ask, you're a real, in your professional opinion, would you consider this a hot area for folk?
Well, it's a hot area because there's a lot of houses going in. Our area is definitely very hot. I mean, we're consistently in the top 10 cities in the country of growth. We know we're, 3-5 years behind Austin, Texas. The other cities that are up there on the list in front of us. And so it is, it's just, I hope that everyone is taking the full area in effect. I understand that we're getting developments approved in certain areas with certain zoning, but I hope that the Planning Commission, the City Council, the county commissioners are also trying to live to a certain plan for the entire Durham County, how that's going to feel for the citizens of all the citizens of Durham County.
I agree with you that we're a hot area. I would just push back a little bit. I don't think people are moving here because we're building houses. I think we're building houses because people are moving here. They're moving here because of life science, in my opinion, our life sciences industry. They're moving here because of our great universities, because of our great weather, because of our cultural scene. They're following corporate entities that have decided that this is the place they want to be to take advantage of that highly educated population, one of the highest per capita PhD rates in the country here in the area. Because I want to take advantage of your expertise, so folk who move here, who have decided they want to be here, and they have more disposable income than the average Durham resident, and they have decided they want to be here, where do those folk go if we stop developing in these areas? What do they do? They've decided they want to be here. What do you think they do, or what have you seen them do?
Well, if they can't find a house that they like or can't find a house that they can afford, they'll live in areas around this area. They'll live nearby, but that's how all cities grow. They kind of, drive a little bit further if they have to. And, I have people that are moving here that are used to a very long commute. And they say, well, I'm willing to drive 45 minutes. And I say, well, you don't have to. We have lots of options around this whole area.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your expertise, and I thank you for talking to me. I want to say, with respect to capacity and traffic in the areas, and one of the things I had to learn being on this council, is that capacity and comfort are two different things. Because you're in a traffic jam does not mean that the roads don't have capacity. And I live in Southeast Durham. I've sat at that light at 70 in Miami, saying things that my mom would not be proud of many a day. Forgive me, Mother. I love the feeling of having my own row when I get on an airplane. Having the seat next to me empty or the whole row I can stretch out. And sometimes I thought I was gonna have that whole row, but other people have gotten on the plane and it's been full. It wasn't comfortable for me, but the capacity of that aircraft could accommodate more folk. Sometimes we couldn't find space for the overhead in our bags, and they have to take the bag, but they've got more capacity under the plane. And I just think it's important for us as residents and citizens to understand that when the government measures capacity, it's not the same way that a commuter sitting in a car measures capacity. Traffic jams get on your nerves no matter what time of day it is, whatever it is. And at that moment, it seems like we don't have capacity as a city. But I think it's important because I think there's a disconnect, because it's important that when government folk and as policymakers, when we look at a capacity, we're not saying whether or not it's inconvenient to be in traffic or not. We're saying that, is there enough capacity for 30 years, 20 years, 40 years of growth? Not whether or not you're in a traffic jam. That's a measure I used to use, and it's just not the way they do it. I found out when I got on the council. So I do want to put that out there as we continue to wrestle. I'm listening to this debate further. I'm interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say as well. I do think that this is a vastly improved submission than it was before, but I am listening. So with that, Madam Mayor, I yield back.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask our council to remember that we have about 4 more items, and we're at the 10 o'clock hour, and some people have been here, like our staff, since 8 o'clock this morning. So hold your comments. I'm going to do it with grace, but if you press me a little bit, I'm going to cut you off. So now, any other comments from council? Yes, no. I'm going to put y'all on the time limit. We're not going to be here to midnight. That's not going to happen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Caballero, please be cognizant that there have been people here all day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to touch back on Ms. Lindsay, and I had your name, Slater. I do want to ask you a question, so if you could come up. And then I had a couple of questions for staff, if they don't mind, because I did hear a comment about reverse planning, and I just wanted to know what that would look like for the city.
Fighting over who gets to answer that.
Flip a
Not
coin.
necessarily sure what reverse planning means, other than maybe mitigating some of the impacts that we've seen that have become cumulative impacts in the area is kind of maybe what I'm hearing in terms of reverse planning.
Can you say that one more time, slowly? Mitigating some of the impacts?
Maybe mitigating some of the impacts. But I'm just guessing because I haven't heard that term before.
Okay. And then just a second question. Why are we not at or near the level of tree safe as Charlotte or Cary? I heard 40% and 30%, and I think we're at 20. Is that what that? And correct me if I'm wrong. I see Councilmember Caballero shaking her head. Mass grading, okay. I just want to know why Charlotte or Cary are doing better than we are. That was the main question.
We're currently working on a text amendment to increase our protections in terms of mass grading, potentially tree preservation. But as to why our standards currently are what they are, I think they're a result of, at the time when they were created, they were felt sufficient.
And was that back in 2005?
Some of them may predate that. I would have to go back and do some research, but.
Thank you. And I really appreciate that. I think it gives a little bit of context to some of the conversation that we have in these cases, because we are operating off of very outdated UDO that we're trying to update. And so I do want to say that rehearing the case, 11,000 units later, I have to question whether this area or this specific site is the exact location that would benefit the city of Durham as, adding additional housing. I will say that I'm excited about the first floor, how like not apartments, bedrooms, and just housing that's kind of friendly to people with disabilities or seniors, which is why I probably voted yes in the first place. I will have to go back and look at that. I also just want to note that there's two things. This past week, this Monday, we actually celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day, and just acknowledging how our environmental impacts across time can tell a story. I think when we started this conversation around hearing from the Willard Street, award, this is the land of the Occaneechi Band that we don't honor and doing this way. And I think we're on the same page in trying to figure out a solution that will actually work going forward. And so I do appreciate when our developers come forward with resolutions like this. Righty. But I do want to say that it's hard to navigate acknowledging that we're missing items like in Chapel Hill. I had the opportunity to visit with the Community Home Trust, and their affordability inclusion ordinance has allowed them to include affordability rather than guess at whether there'll be affordability or assume that there'll be affordability. And I think those are some of the tools we need to get in place. And then I think Ms. Slater has arrived. I just wanted to follow up. I know. That's my computer's gone to sleep.
You may proceed.
Thank you. I will be brief. I was one of the no votes last year, and I commend our planning staff. At the time, if I'm not mistaken, there was a pretty heavily worded memo, which was basically proceed with lots of caution, and I voted accordingly because I'm not a planner. I really have to trust our staff and planning commission. I drive the sites when I can. And make the best decision I can. That is not the memo I have in front of me. The proffers and commitments that this developer has made are way beyond what our UDO, and we did actually update our tree canopy ordinance. I think it was in 2019. Maybe it was 2018. The pandemic has messed my time up. So I will be supporting this. I appreciate the additional proffers made by the developer. I said a lot at the last meeting. I think the residents know how I make my decisions. I appreciate them showing up tonight again, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Caballero. I'm going to turn to my left to see if we have any comments from council on this end. Councilwoman Johnson.
I'll keep it short. I'm going to be supporting this item this evening. I think it's much improved from the version that we saw last year where I also opposed it. Like most things out here, I wish it was a little bit denser, but it's good enough, and I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman Johnson. Very succinct. Councilwoman Hyman or Councilman Williams, do you have any comments?
Yes, briefly. I just like to take about 5 minutes to get through this.
That is not going to happen.
To keep it short, seriously, I just like to back up the logic behind my decision making. We as a council, as aspirational as we want to be, we do have to operate within the ordinances or the laws that we have before us. And it's really easy, even for our planning commission members, to be very idealistic. And I, most of the time, actually agree with them, but I also have to make, decisions based on what we have access to. Some of the other towns around us that are doing some things, some are actually getting sued for some of the things we want to actually try. So we have to be really careful. In regards to infrastructure and resources, mainly resources, right now, the main question I ask is, can we get resources to where these folks will be? And the answer is yes. That may not be the case for others. And I also want to close with this. Every action creates, and every action or inaction has a result to it. And we had a case that voted down. Literally the next day, a buyer reached out to that landowner and said, I want to put a warehouse there. And it's in the middle of a residential neighborhood. And we voted that down. So either something is going there, because every parcel of land is zoned for something. Until we can update this UDO and get it to where we can actually meet where we need to be, we're going to be hands tied, and we'll try to be as innovative as possible. But that's the reality we're dealing with, unfortunately. So either houses or warehouses.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask Mrs. Slater, I think you were the one that mentioned the pause to address or support infrastructure. If you could just speak to that, that would be helpful, because I don't think staff understood, and I think a colleague mentioned a question.
Sure. Well, caveat or disclaimer, I'm not an expert in infrastructure or anything like that, but from what I do know, to Mayor Pro Tempore's comment about capacity and traffic and roads and how you're, can they hold capacity? Yes. From what I do know, again, many of the roads that these developments are being built on are not owned by the city or the county, it's the state. So it sounds like you're maybe some false, sorry, I'll back up a second. Ensuring that there is a legitimate plan in place, like inaction, action, your comment, it's very true. You could go forward with this without a plan, which it sounds like is happening, or you could pause, gather more individuals, knowledge, and proceed when there's a more actionable plan to support not just traffic and roads, but schools. Durham has quite the reputation about schools. And I've heard terrible stories, to be honest, because of the lack of teachers we have right now. So schools, roads, hospitals, EMS, fire. Pausing development is what I meant until we have those things figured out.
Thank you.
Confidently. Thank you. Did that answer your
question? Mayor, I will leave the comments.
All right. There are 3 motions for our consideration this evening of this item. And the first motion that I am willing to entertain, motion number 1, is to adopt an ordinance annexing Courtyards at Doc Nichols II into the city of Durham, effective December 31st, 2022, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with EPCON Communities.
Moved as read.
Second.
It has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. All those who would be in favor, would you raise your left hand? That is 4 votes. All those opposed will have the same right. 3 votes. That motion carries. The second motion, motion number 2, is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural RR Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District -B F/J-B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 2.242 PER 2.242 Falls/Jordan Watershed Protection District -B F/J-B city jurisdiction.
Moved as read.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. All those that are in favor, if you would sign by raising your left hand. That is 4. All those opposed will have the same rights. That is 3. That motion passes. Motion number 3 would be to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency.
Second.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. To all those in favor, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed having the same right, seeing none, that motion passes 7-0. We now turn to our next public hearing, which is the permanent closing of Water Street. And we will hear from our staff. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cole Renniger, representing the Planning Department. The case SC 220001 references a request by the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association to permanently close in its entirety Water Street. The Watershed Association proposes to add land and area within the Water Street right-of-way to the adjacent Pearl Mill Nature Preserve. This right-of-way includes an existing driveway of 120 linear feet serving 605 West Knox Street. The right-of-way closure will facilitate implementation of stream enhancement project that is supported financially by the City of Durham Stormwater and GIS Services Division. Typically, streets closed are usually split 50-50 down the middle, with each property owner getting half. However, in this situation, a curb cut and driveway for 605 West Knott that was improperly constructed within the paper street falls within the city's portion of the closed street. As such, the city worked with the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association to realign the final properties to ensure that the city receives its fair share of land under the street closing, but also allows the curb cut and driveway to be legally transferred to the owner of 605 West Knox. This explains why the final dimensions are different. There will be 2 motions for this case, to close Water Street in its entirety and for the city manager to be authorized to sign the plat because it does involve city land.
Thank you so much. You have heard the report from staff, and I will now declare this public hearing to be open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? I'm sorry. Seeing none, no questions, we will now turn to our proponents. I believe that we have Mr. Chris Dreps here in person as a proponent. Online, I am showing that we have Mr. John Bosch, B-O-S-C-H. If there is another person online that would like to speak to this issue, would you please raise your virtual hand as we hear from Mr. Dreps. Mr. Dreps, you have 3 minutes. Mr. Bosch, you will be up next online.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill and Mayor Pro Tem Middleton and council members. I appreciate you all hearing this. Cole Renniger did a good job explaining the proposal, and I'm not going to take much of your time. I will say that a little interesting background to this story is that This street was platted in the 1930s, back in the day when we didn't really think that a stream was in the way. We figured, we'll figure that out. And so in this part of Durham, which is to the north of downtown, Trinity Park area, we've got lots of little streets like this. You might see me back in the future on some of these cases, but I like to think of whoever designed this area having a sense of humor back in 1930 when they created a couple 100-foot-long street that had 120 feet of stream running through it, a big wetland, and they named it Water Street. And Water Street right now, if you go there, it's just, that's what it is. There's a creek there, there's a wetland, it sits in a place where anyone who looked at it would never think to build a street. And so what we're doing right now is we're just reversing a funny joke that happened in 1930s. But for a good cause. This will lead to the ability to add to the almost 30 acres of land along South Ellerby Creek that's owned between the city of Durham, the Ellerby Creek Watershed Association, and the county. I like to think of that as the future South Ellerby Creek Greenway Park that will be city-owned one of these days. I hope y'all, and we can get a chance to talk about that vision in the future a little bit. And it will also enable us to move forward on a fully funded, now I like to be able to say that, Strayhorn Branch stream enhancement project that was initially envisioned by the city's own Ellerby Creek Watershed Plan back in 2011. So, you know, I heard someone talk about public-private, public-nonprofit partnerships tonight being an important way to move forward with the public good, and this is just one more example of that. So I'll be here for questions. Before I do go, I want to thank Cole Reniger, John Rabin, Jessica Dockery in the Planning Department. I want to thank Matthew Filter, who unfortunately no longer works for the city, but now works for the county, for the hard work done to help figure out some of these complexities that took months. And also to Stormwater Services, Sandy Wilbur in particular, for the work that they did envisioning this project. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Drips. We will now turn to our residents on the internet to see if Mr. Bosch is still available to speak.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Bosch is no longer in the queue.
All right, and we have no other hands, virtual hands raised for this item. Let's give them a second to make sure. All right. I will now declare the public hearing to be closed and the matter is back before council. For any comments of council members before we consider our motions? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to share that I usually am very opposed to closing streets, just acknowledging that it gives the land, if it doesn't propose any benefit to the city. But I am supportive of this street closing, just acknowledging that the Water Street should be impervious, should not be impervious. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much. Anyone else have any further comments on this topic? All right, we will go to the considerations of our motions. We have two for our consideration. The first motion is to permanently close Water Street.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Freeman, seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. All those in favor, if you will raise your left hand. All those opposed will have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We will now turn our consideration to motion number 2, which is to authorize our city manager to sign the street closing plat.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. All those in favor, if you would sign by raising your left hand. All those opposed have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to our next hearing, item 30, which is the South Alston Avenue zoning map change, and we will receive our staff report.
Hey, good evening again, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, council members. Still Alexander Cahill, still happy to be here tonight. Jared Edens of Edens Land Corp. proposes to change the zoning designation of 3 parcels of land totaling around 13 acres and located at the 4300 block of South Alston Avenue. The current zoning is office and institutional. Edens Land proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 15.371, and there is no change to the overlay district. The properties are currently designated office and recreation and open space on the future land use map, and the proposed zoning is inconsistent with this designation. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the FLUM to designate the properties as medium-high density residential and recreation and open space. The proposed planned development residential zoning is consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the suburban tier designation. Apartments in this location are not unreasonable given the surrounding land use context, the proximity to commercial and employment areas, proximity to transportation corridors, and the proximity to transit. The site is near transit and infrastructure is already in place to connect to the site. There's also nearby parks and schools to support this residential zoning. At the March 8th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, the applicant proffered 5% of the units to be affordable per the UDO definition of affordable housing, and also proposed an ADA accessible walkway through the site connecting South Alston Avenue and West Park Drive. The Planning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 10-3 at their March 8th, 2022 meeting. For this proposal tonight, 2 motions are required to approve. The first is to approve the zoning ordinance, and the second is to approve the consistency statement. Staff and the applicant team are available this evening to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cahill. You have heard the report from Mr. Cahill, and I will now declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions from Mr. Cahill or staff from members of council? Right. Seeing none, we will now turn. We have 2 persons here in chambers to speak, one as a proponent, and that will be Mr. Jared Edens, and Ms. Tanya Powell will be speaking as an opponent. You will have 3 minutes apiece. Mr. Edens, you may proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Appreciate your time this evening. Jared Edens with Edens Investments. I know it's late. I'll try to be brief. A little background on this project, and I appreciate Alex's summary. It's about a 13-acre parcel on South Alston Avenue. I've been working on this site since about 2018 with the landowner. We've looked at many different uses here. It's sort of an odd-shaped property. It's got a lot of floodplain, but it's in a good location. It's very convenient to 40, convenient to RTP, downtown, and so it's a good spot. So we're trying to figure out the best thing to do with it. We looked at it as a single-family project. That just didn't make sense when you've got an office building and a hotel on the same parcel, basically. Single-family townhomes didn't make a lot of sense. Another office use under the current O&I zoning really wouldn't work for us. You already have an office use there next door. There's not a lot of good retail frontage for a retail project here, so we sort of landed on multifamily as the highest and best use for the site. The existing zoning actually allows a multifamily use on the property. I think it's somewhere around, it's 115 to 120 units by right that we could do on the site. The purpose of the zoning is to increase our density a little bit to make it a more viable project, but that also allows us to do the affordable housing component. When you get 150, 160 units in apartments, it's going to be really hard to do anything more than a 5% affordable commitment, the way those numbers work out. We definitely could not have done it with a lower yield at like 120 units. So the extra density does give us the flexibility to do that. I know that Ms. Powell is here to speak, I think to represent, I won't speak for her, but we had a conversation last week about some of her concerns, and I'd be glad to answer some questions or comments if she raises them. But again, we haven't had a couple neighborhood meetings, no opposition I'm aware of, good support at Planning Commission. And again, I just think this is really the only viable thing on this site. So I appreciate your time and be glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Now turn to Ms. Powell.
Good late evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Tanya Powell. I'm an attorney with Nexum Pruitt in Raleigh. We represent FedEx Ground which owns and operates a hub right across South Alston Avenue from the subject property. If I needed another box to check on that little card to speak, because we're really not opposed or for, we're kind of the other category. And we're the other category because we're concerned that there's some questions that still need to be answered, that if they're not answered before the project goes up and they become issues, they'll be much more difficult to deal with on the back end. And the people at FedEx who analyze these projects, analyze ones that are being built, they've also worked on the difficult situation of operating FedEx, where someone has issues with light, sound, transportation, and they have to figure out on the back end how to fix it. And most of these concerns come out of the fact that this will be a residential property sitting in the middle of an O&I district right across the street from a FedEx ground hub, as well as a Southeast Freight Lines facility. The main concern that FedEx has is our noise issues. This is a 24/7 operation. Trucks are loaded between 2 a.m. and 7 a.m. typically. The facility generates a lot of noise. Sounds like docks opening, truck noises, engines, backup beepers, brakes, engines running. Sounds that'd be really cool to a 5-year-old, but not really cool to a 5-year-old's parents trying to get them back to sleep at 2 a.m. We don't know if these noise levels will be a problem for these residents because the testing hasn't been done. And so we would ask that there be some more analysis here to understand what the noise levels will be at the property line. We're also concerned about the transportation. As you know, South Alston is a 2-lane road. You have tractor trailers coming in and out of FedEx. You have tractor trailers coming in and out of Southeast Freight Line. You're adding sidewalk here, and you're adding about 900 trips. So even if half of them just come out on the South Alston side, it's 400 trips a day. A lot of vehicles encourage pedestrian traffic, and tractor trailers on a 2-lane road are concerning. Again, we're not here to oppose this. We're here to say we have concerns. We think it's important to look at these concerns now. The noise issue, it can be analyzed. If there's a sound test and it needs to be addressed, it can be addressed now. It's much harder to address it once we have people living in these apartments who their health, safety, and welfare is affected because they can't sleep or it's unsafe getting in and out of the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments this evening. We will allow Ms. Edens. Do you want to come back for rebuttal?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. And I talked with Ms. Powell last week. We had a good conversation about what's going on at FedEx. And she told me they were expanding, which I said, great, because we're bringing some workers to your back door. I mean, what I like about the site and the FedEx operation being nearby is if they're hiring and growing, it'd be nice to have workers who can live in an apartment complex about 1,500 feet from the FedEx building to make the walk over there. So I was glad to hear they were expanding. The sound, I know so again, I measured from our driveway east to the FedEx building is about 1,500 feet. From our property frontage on Alston Avenue, there's a long driveway, and then FedEx loading dock is about 1,500 feet that way. One thing we talked about for sound, because currently we have a 20-foot buffer on South Alston Avenue. It's your minimum residential 20-foot 0.4 opacity buffer. Typically, we add buffers or widen or thicken them for aesthetics, but we can also do that for sound. So the one option I was thinking of, and I talked with Ms. Powell last week, was if we could widen our buffer on Alston from a 20-foot to a 30-foot and then plant it at the 0.8 opacity as opposed to the 0.4. I don't know what the result of that is as far as difference in sound, but I know it's bound to be better than what we have. I mean, the site backs up to I-40 also. So, I mean, when residents move here, I mean, it's in an active area. We have a big buffer off of 40. But I was glad to hear about the expansion because I think that bringing people closer where the employment and the office center is just makes sense. But for the sound, that's one thing that we could proffer this evening is a 30-foot buffer along South Alston. That's the side of our property that's adjacent to FedEx and the Southeastern Freight Company adjacent to it. But we could do a 30-foot buffer there, and I think that would help with the sound, yeah. And we'll make that proffer this evening. I'm sure Alex will note it, but a 30-foot, 0.8 opacity buffer on South Alston. Yeah.
Could I correct one thing he said?
Oh, sure.
Or he gets me in big trouble with my client.
Oh, sure, sorry.
I did not say FedEx is expanding. I said FedEx is always examining the opportunity to expand the facilities. There are topographical challenges on this site that may prevent that from happening. So don't let the newspaper get tomorrow that FedEx is expanding. That's not what I said. I said they're always looking for the opportunity to expand. They're not likely to shrink.
Thank you so much. That's an attorney. That is an attorney. Thank you. All right. All right. I believe that would conclude all of our speakers as to this matter, and I will now declare the public hearing to be closed, and the matter is back before the council for any comments my colleagues may have. Councilman Williams.
Thank you. Attorney Williams here. This may be a silly question, but a structural question maybe for Mr. Edens. Is there, so I actually live along 40, this 40 right here, and if I didn't have AirPods to close my ears up, it'll be hard to deal with. Is there any type of structural materials that could be used to build housing structures that would minimize the noise that you know of?
I mean, I hate that. It'd be pure speculation on my part because I don't do a lot of vertical construction, but I mean, I'm sure there's certain insulation methods and things like that that I would think would have an impact. Yeah, and we have a 100-foot required buffer off of I-40, by the way. So on the development plan, there's a 100-foot undisturbed buffer on our side of 40, if you had any concerns with noise there. But I couldn't answer that question as far as specific building materials.
Gotcha. For staff, I guess, would this FedEx site be considered like zone light industrial or heavy industrial? Or any of my colleagues that may know that? Okay.
It's industrial light.
Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'll hold any further questions I may have to later.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Freeman? And I believe, did I see another? And Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask, I'm not sure if the applicant or the staff, well, I guess first is whether you'd be, I guess, opposed to a 40-foot rather than 30, like, would that mess up your?
We could do a 40-foot, but it has the same 0.8 opacity standard.
Okay.
So by doing a 30-foot, we get the same number of trees and shrubs, just in a more condensed area.
Could you increase it to 0.12 as opposed to 0.8?
To increase to what?
Opacity to 0.12.
Well, I think it's the max is 50-foot 1.0 opacity. I mean, a 30-foot at a 0.8 is a pretty heavily planted strip. And if you see the shape of the property, and it's a lot of floodplain too, and it's like every little 5 or 10 feet you go, it's just like it really starts to tighten things up. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with the 30, but I'm really not comfortable with going much beyond that because it's just an odd-shaped piece with not very good usable area. And, you know, we could have done a 40-foot and a 0.8, but it'd been the same effect, I think, as a 30-foot at a 0.8 because it's the same amount of landscaping.
I hear you. Thank you. And then just for staff, I'm trying to figure out if we've come up with a plan on how to address this 5% affordable housing, or like, is there something we're working on? Because I know it was said in the last couple of meetings, and I don't know if we're moving in this direction, but I do want to state that even though a city or a town was sued, they do have a voluntary inclusionary offer that's made on every development. That's usually about 20 to 24%, something in that area. So I just wanted to know if there was.
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilmember Freeman. Thank you for raising it. It's something that we spend a lot of time talking about. And as all my answers, there's going to be a little bit of nuance to this. We can't require inclusionary zoning in our planning department per many different statutes, but a couple things we do. We encourage applicants to be in line with the community goals and objectives, which this governing body adopted, and that has a very strong affordable housing push in it. So we ask them to consider that and explore that within the project to see if it works of their own volition. And we have some applicants that have been able to do that. So that's kind of the first part to this. The second part is there is a little bit of research out there, and we're still doing some deep dives on this, on the impacts of inclusionary zoning and the way that interacts with market force development. And so we...
Can I just...
Yeah.
Because I don't want you to confuse the two. There's a voluntary inclusionary, proffer that can be made. That is not inclusionary zoning. So
Correct.
Those are two different things?
Yep, so everything you see on a rezoning application that's affordable housing, unless it's using the density bonus, is a proffer from the applicant.
And just when you say you're doing the research, I just want to make sure you're including communities that have a voluntary inclusion, in their ordinance already.
Absolutely, and I believe Director Young's coming on December 5th with a housing update. Is that correct? Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I will be coming to talk to you all as part of the mayor's requested deep dive into housing. We'll be covering some planning-related topics.
Thank you. I really just want to make sure that distinction is clear so that if you are able to find other areas that have included, the voluntary proffer, that's important for us to have. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Edens, if you could give us a little bit more detail about how y'all are doing your affordable housing, and appreciate the 5% proffer voluntary. I mean, this is a voluntary 5% affordable housing proffer. We do have those in Durham, and it's great when we have developers who make those proffers. So just a little more detail on how you're going to structure that.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to follow the UDO as written on the UDO has the affordable code. It's a 60% AMI for rental property. I think it's 80% AMI for sale, but we plan to incorporate and use the procedures in place. I mean, I've been a very vocal proponent of the rental affordability code as written. I mean, I think we can make tweaks to the rental side of the UDO and get more affordable housing that way without an overhaul. On the for sale side, I think it's a whole different conversation on how to get the affordable units. But on the rental side, I really like Durham's UDO, and I encourage others to use it. So we're just going to go standard, work with Karen's group, do the annual accounting, just with all the other ones we've done. Yeah.
Thank you. So y'all plan to continue to own this, manage it, and manage the affordable housing?
For sure. And I think the UDO requires a 20 or 25-year commitment on the affordable, I think, to conform to the 20.
I think it's 30.
30? Okay. I'm trying to read lips. I have my glasses, but yeah. So a 30-year commitment there by the zoning. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Yeah, this is a question for Mr. Edens. I was looking at Planning Commission comments, and I just was curious about I'm looking at the map, and I see that it's a pretty long distance, but I was just going to ask about the sidewalk to Lowe's Grove. I understand that maybe it won't work, but I'm still going to ask.
Sidewalk to where?
Lowe's Grove Middle School, and if it's on the other, there's no overpass there, but, there's an overpass, but there's no whatever out, but it looks like it's a long distance. So I can understand why that is maybe cost prohibitive, but we have had other projects that have done some, and the planning commissioner named it. I think there was a proffer for a sidewalk to Southern on one of our rezonings probably 3 years ago now. So just curious if you had thought about that at all.
Yeah, I know we volunteered to fill in the gap on South Alston, so there's about 500 feet of sidewalk on South Alston that we're going to fill in front of the office project. And then I do remember at council, we talked about making sure there was ADA accessibility through the site, so we made that condition to have a public pedestrian easement across the property, but, and I may need more time to evaluate additional sidewalk, but. Yeah.
Councilwoman Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to touch back on Mr. Eden's comment about the rental versus the homes for sale, and just note that I want to just reemphasize that if the home is for sale to a land trust, it could still be made available as a rental. And so just making sure that we're not missing opportunities to capture additional units that could actually be affordable for eternity. That would just be my point. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have an attorney for a question for the attorney. If you would come back to the mic just very briefly. You mentioned a noise reduction study. Exactly is that in cost? Or what does that entail?
It's a noise study that they analyze the noise levels at the property line from where you go from the FedEx property, for example, to the residential property. So at that property line, tests can be done to determine what the decibel level is of noise during the day and during the evening. And I'll add to that, you know, two things get rid of noise: distance and a wall. And while the trees will definitely, the buffer is definitely beneficial from the light perspective, we don't know if it does. I mean, scientifically, it does nothing for sound, but unless the analysis is done, we really don't know if it's necessary for sound.
And do you have any cost approximations of what such a study, how much one would cost to perform that type of study? And
I don't, off the top, I don't, but FedEx performs them all the time. Like I said, they deal with problems like this in two places, either before they build their facility, trying to prevent problems going in, or often when they come into a situation where residential already is and people complain, then they have to build walls often, and they would do the analysis. The concern here is that we're here, and we're concerned that our use and this other use, which we completely agree is a necessary use in the city, but we don't want to create a housing situation. Housing's good, bad housing isn't good if there are noise and safety issues, and we don't know if there are, but the studies haven't been done to determine that.
thank you. Mr. Edens, if I could ask you to come back to see if you all have considered that as an option before proceeding.
No, I mean, it's something we're willing to look at. If council wants us to look at it, I mean, FedEx is a neighbor like any other neighbor, so, you know, we want to work with our neighbors. I mean, I'd be curious to know if FedEx did a study when they developed the FedEx for their own sound that they produce. You know, we're going to be checking sound that other people are creating, but, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, and we give me some time to look into the sidewalk issue that Ms. Caballero brought up also, but I'm not opposed to studying a little bit further to make sure we don't have any issues.
I know the property that you're talking about, and I think it will be a great property if we could have some housing out in that area. It's not a lot in that area, but I would be concerned about the noise. That would be my only concern. And I think if we could find a way to mitigate that, I wouldn't have any opposition if we could mitigate that.
Yeah, I was trying to do it with the landscape buffer, but I'm not a sound expert, and I can't, you know, so I understand where you're coming from. But we could study that further if we need to take some time.
Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to ask staff what it would look like, I guess, to not delay, but to kind of give us a little bit more time for that actual research.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Freeman. And I think we're absolutely right. The trees probably won't attenuate the sound, as is being pointed out. The light, yes, with the 0.8 opacity and 30-foot. If they would like to make a commitment, they're going to do an environmental impact study of some sort. They're welcome to make that proffer. We could say subject to site plan approval, but that have to come from them. Otherwise, that would really have to come from the applicant tonight.
Guess the question is if you would be amenable.
Well, that's just a broad term. The environmental impact statement's a pretty broad term, though. That applies to all sorts of
Specific to
things. I just want to make sure,
And
just to the noise, yeah. I mean, we have no problem studying it at site plan and providing the results, and if it's determined that the trees and what I'm doing is not good enough and we have to talk about a wall or something like that, then, yeah, that's what it would take to make it work. But, I mean, I think I could do that.
Yeah, and we can work out the exact language.
Yeah.
thank you.
Wonderful. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the staff, what decibel level would be the threshold beyond which we do or don't build? Or, I mean, there are developments all over this city who hear all kinds of noise, from trains to gunfire to trucks. So I guess what precedent are we, what is the decibel level at which we determine go, no go? And Counselor, I did want to ask a question as well for staff, and you can answer them in succession. First off, appreciate the concern of a good corporate citizenship on the part of FedEx. Can you represent that your clients don't have it without violating a privilege, of course? Has FedEx at all thought about acquiring that land?
The land that's the subject of the rezoning? Yes. I don't think so. I don't think it'd be, the problem for FedEx would be using it adjacent to an office building and adjacent to a hotel. I mean, it's not land that they could use for their typical purposes.
But you don't know for certain?
No, I don't know for certain, but I can tell you in 3 months of conversation, that's never been discussed. But that's the best I can, that we haven't discussed that.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Or did you want to?
Good evening. I was just talking with staff. Before you brought that up, Mayor Pro Tem, I was about to mention that really the only precedent we have for a decibel level is with the airport overlay, which is at about 65 decibels. I do think that in order to be fair to the applicant, transparent to the community, any proffer should include some sort of threshold, so it's not perceived as discretionary later at the site plan stage. That is the only precedent we have in the ordinance. I will say that we don't know what the noise levels from I-40 are, and they probably are fairly significant, and noise from roads is not regulated.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, does that finish all the questions? All right, we have 2 motions for our consideration for South Alston Avenue zoning map change. Motion number 1, we're ready to entertain, is to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the office and institutional OI major transportation corridor, MTC, and establishing the same as planned development residential 15.371, PDR 15.371, major transportation corridor, MTC.
Moved as read.
Second, Madam Mayor.
All right, it has been,
I do want to make sure that if we need the proffer to include the decibels, if I know that.
it has been moved by Mayor Pro Tem and is seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. All those in favor, if you raise your left hand. All those opposed would have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes. Motion number 2 is to adopt a consistency and reasonableness statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
Move to adopt consistency and reasonableness.
So moved.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilwoman Hyman. All those in favor, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed have the same right. Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. We now turn to item 31, the Consolidated Annexation, Kemp Road Residential. And we will, this is a public hearing, and we will receive our staff report from Mr. Cahill.
Hey, good evening. Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. A request for a utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and initial zoning map change has been received from Laura Hallman of McAdams Company. This is for 4 parcels of land totaling around 280 acres and located at the 4900 block of Kemp Road and Southview Road. This annexation petition is non-contiguous to the primary corporate limits. While this proposal was submitted as a non-contiguous annexation initially, the site would be contiguous upon approval due to prior approved cases in the area. The current zoning is residential rural. For the initial city zoning of this site, if annexation is approved, the applicant proposes to establish the city zoning as PDR 3.160 and residential rural with a text-only development plan. The PDR portion would allow for up to 666 single-family residences and townhouse units, and the residential rural with a text-only development plan would limit the portion of the proposed development to public and civic uses only. The Planning Commission unanimously recommended denial by a vote of 11-0 on their July 12, 2022 meeting. The proposal commits to contributions to the City of Durham Housing Fund and Durham Public Schools, and a donation of 5.5 acres of land to the city for public and civic uses. This land donation was proffered by the applicant to address the fire service issue in the area at the time. However, upon further review, the donation site is not suitable for construction of a fire station due to its location and environmental constraints. Development could put a potential strain on city services and operations, could potentially impact wildlife habitats, and further a pattern of suburban sprawl in the area. As noted in the council memo, the cumulative impacts of development in the Southeast Durham area are beginning to strain existing planned service delivery operations. A few more other important items of note. One is our understanding is that, or to further everyone's understanding tonight, sorry it's getting late, I'm getting tired. When an annexation petition is submitted, the applicant completes a projected build-out, 10-year build-out as part of that annexation petition. And it's not something y'all see, but it's something that occurs. This is distributed to city departments to review and analyze. The review comments made by each department are based on this 10-year build-out schedule. Because of the nature and location of this case tonight, we also want to add that experts on water quality and stormwater are available to answer any of the council's questions. And lastly, staff want to bring to light that this proposal is in an area that went through some intense future planning efforts by the planning department along with the community. That planning effort identified policies for the Southeast Durham area, which are now used to inform the draft comprehensive plan that y'all are very well aware of. This also established a potential future growth area boundary that has not yet been adopted, but would be part of this comprehensive plan effort. As such, staff would like to remind or daylight that there have been some intense planning efforts in this area, and cumulative impacts have been assessed and studied. For tonight, 4 motions are required for this application to be approved. The first is to adopt the ordinance annexing the property and entering into utility extension agreement. The second is to approve the zoning ordinance for the PDR portion of the property. The third is to approve the zoning ordinance for the RR portion of the property. And the fourth is to approve the consistency statement. Thank you so much, staff and the applicant team are available to answer any questions.
You have heard the report from staff, and I'm now going to declare this public hearing open. First, are there any questions for staff from members of the council? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Cahill, thanks again. First off, our planning department is second to none. You know that, and we all know that. The annexation impact analysis was very helpful to me, but I do have a question about some of the language used in the conclusion, particularly about midway through the paragraph. Staff have concluded the proposal, if approved, could put a potential strain on city service operations. Got that. Impact wildlife habitats. Got that. And further a pattern of suburban sprawl in the area. I'm not really accustomed to hearing language like that from the staff to the policymakers. Suburban sprawl, it's a term that has a life separate from professional usage as well, and it sounds a bit editorial. So I'm wondering, it's kind of like, I bet you think this song is about you kind of thing. So how is the staff operationalizing the phrase suburban sprawl? And who are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's something that has been debated quite a bit. That editorial language really came from kind of Planning Commission feedback, and so that's probably why you're maybe hearing maybe a difference between how staff usually frames some things and some of the Planning Commission feedback, and maybe putting in the conclusion is not the most appropriate, and just letting it sit within the Planning Commission written comments would have been.
I appreciate that. I think it is inappropriate to put it here because it kind of sounds like your voice and the headings we're using just by virtue of the structure of it. So yeah, it just sounded kind of editorial, but I mean, extremely helpful of the rest of the stuff. But I don't recall. I've been reading a lot of these things over the years. I just don't recall seeing that language wind up in the staff's voice. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other? Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to let staff know I appreciate you using that voice.
Any other comments? We have several speakers here this evening on this matter. The first, though, will be Mr. Neil Ghosh, I believe, who will be speaking as an applicant. We also have several other speakers who will be speaking in opposition. Mr. Ghosh, are you the only one here to speak as the applicant and proponent?
I think that may be fair, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, I think that's true.
Yeah, 31, there are 12 proponents and 7 opponents, is what we have. All right, so you're first up.
Sure, and the hour is late, so hopefully this will be somewhat appreciated by the council. We earlier today had requested staff to pull this item from the agenda, and were informed that it could not do that because the item had been advertised for a public hearing. So I guess our request is to have this item referred back to staff, if that's appropriate, or otherwise to request a continuance for this item at this time, primarily to give us an opportunity to really grapple with staff, work with staff on, I would say in particular, the fire safety issues that have been expressed in the staff report, you know, and hopefully come up with some solutions where we can understand how we can contribute positively towards that particular issue that's facing the city. You know, so that's our request at this moment, to, I would say, refer the item back to staff or continue the item. I don't know what the appropriate action would be. I gather it's somewhat a tricky request, so. I'll just note that if it's necessary, the applicant is happy to, you know, when the time comes for the public hearing, pay another fee for the notification requirements. I know the city has separate fees for that. The applicant's happy to do that if that's what is being discussed. That's not really the issue here. We're more interested in having some opportunity to pursue specifically, you know, some solutions on the fire safety issue. Thank you. I'll sit down. I see Sarah's at the mic.
Good evening, Ms. Young. I know it's a late night, but I want to get your response to the request that this matter be referred back to staff.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I guess staff's concern would be, I'm not sure that there can be resolution. The issue about fire service was raised to the applicant about 18 months ago, and so we have, there's been ample time to address that. I have concerns that just referring it back to staff, it'll be another spin cycle. Again, I'm not sure how, and I'm not the most eloquent at 11 o'clock at night, I apologize, but I'm not sure what resolution could be brought to this in terms of fire service.
Thank you, Ms. Young. As it relates to the, the issue of fire that we're talking here, in the staff report, you mentioned that the donation of land for a fire station was not suitable for a station. Is that the concern of fire, or is it the statement that is written in the staff report about additional personnel and additional equipment? I'm not really sure what we're talking about here.
Good question. So to clarify, the issue really is that another fire station is needed to adequately serve this area. My understanding is that the city has procured property for such a fire station, but that the construction of a fire station is not funded through any CIP. And so at this point, we're still looking at years out before such a fire station would be built. Who knows how many years, since it's not even on the CIP yet. Staff feels that there's just too much uncertainty there to just bring the case back. It would likely be more prudent and the applicant will not be happy that I suggest this, to withdraw the case and to resubmit it at a future date. Sorry, Neil.
Mr. Ghosh, I will put that on your table at this point. Yes, sir.
So I guess I'll just ask a couple questions about that specifically, and then I'll respond to some other things while you guys are discussing the answer. So if I understand correctly, from Plan Director Young, the suggestion here is to withdraw the application. And I just want to make sure that if the applicant were to do that, theoretically, not that the timing would work out this way, they could file tomorrow. Or is there some sort of cooling off period for a withdrawn application? So that's one item. And then with respect to the fire safety issues, I will agree with, I don't know if it was 18 months ago or whatever, that the issue was raised to this applicant some time ago. And it wasn't raised in the way that it's raised in the staff report. It was certainly made clear to us that there was some concerns about the ability for there to be fire service east of Kemp Road, which is when the applicant proffered to donate. It's not the 5.5 acres that is part of it. That's for a park and always has been. The applicant also, in addition to that, offered the city a 10-acre site on the west side of Kemp Road for a fire station, which we were told very quickly that that wasn't the site they were looking at, wasn't going to be suitable for their fire station needs. But at the same time, the fire department also told us at that time that they were able to service this location. So the information in the staff report, or in the staff materials about the 5909 Leesville case having taken the capacity for fire safety is news to us. It was certainly not something that was available to us 18 months ago. And the additional information that we heard just now, is exactly that, additional information. The fact that a site has been procured by the city and, it's not funded. But I would just say, I am not saying that we know what the answer is, but I fully admit that. That's exactly why we're asking for some more time here to understand what can be done. This client has specifically, gone out of its way to work with the city on various issues, and is willing to take a look at what can be done to bring this fire station online quicker. It's great that they have procured a site. I have no idea how the development community can help ensure that that thing gets built quicker, but that is something that this developer is interested in speaking with staff about, which is, again, why I thought it made the most sense to refer this item back to staff rather than continue it to another date, because I don't have any expectation or guess about when the applicant can, with staff, come to any kind of resolution. So continuing this thing till next month or 2 months or 3 months from now, I don't think makes sense. I think there's some real work to be done here, but the applicant's willing to do that work.
Councilman Williams?
Thank you. I think this is starting to bring up a few other questions I may have. Director Young, if we don't have a fire station in the CIP that's scheduled anytime soon, but we do have development cases that are coming up. Are we going to run into a point where we're going to be forced to not accept anything else out there?
So this site is within, and Mr. Cahill brought this up earlier, it's in the draft future growth area, which is the area of the upcoming comprehensive plan that identifies like, yes, we want to grow and develop here, but we need to have certain key infrastructure in place in order to do that. So far, we haven't had any other cases come to you that are in the future growth area. The other cases that you have seen are inside the area that even the draft comprehensive plan says is ripe for development. So that's a little bit of a different nuance to this case than the others that you've seen. Certainly, if we start to see additional cases in this future growth area, I think staff's stance would be the same. We plan proactively for a reason, and you all hear quite frequently from folks asking us to do that, and so that's exactly the purpose of the comprehensive plan and that special study that we did in the southeast area to help with identifying issues and proactively trying to head them off.
Got you. So what is the parcel currently zoned for?
I think the parcels are mostly zoned rural residential today.
Residential.
Yeah.
So could they build by right now, considering the lacking of resources that we have out there?
They could build according to rural residential standards.
Right. So I think that's, say again. Yeah, so like 1 house per acre. So I think that's the issue I'm starting to find now. It's everything is zoned for something, but I guess what's getting to me now is the scheduling or timing of building infrastructure out there to support the development that's coming. Are we now in a position where we need to reconsider that timeline? And I don't know how that works with the CIP. I don't know if there's a capacity that we could create to where, folks proffer to affordable housing in the public schools. We are not even talking about proffering to infrastructure, and that's something I know I've asked about on how we could do. I'm wondering if that's something that could be considered and how that could be a public-private partnership in development, or I don't know if that's possible or not.
I would say, anything is possible in terms of potential proffers and potential development. It would require two willing parties, so depending on what the proffer was, whether the city was in a position to meet there and come to an agreement. I'm not in a position to speak on that.
Thank you. I think, Madam Manager, I mentioned this probably before, but that's something we may want to start looking at, revisiting. I don't know if we can, but it'll be something interesting considering the amount of development that's happening and the demand for resources that's not there.
So a proffer is always volunteer at this point, and we are able to accept proffers for public use, for public purposes. And, at the time we start collecting those, we have a place for them.
Did you hear that?
I heard I did hear what City Manager Page, her response. I'm not sure I fully appreciate what the implication is for this project. This project, with respect to fire safety anyway, this project did previously offer to the city a 10-acre site for a fire station, which the fire department said this isn't the location that they want their fire station. And on this property, I don't know that there's a whole lot more that one could do to address the fire safety concern. It's not that the developer here didn't try. It's that this site wasn't going to do it for the city regardless, because they have a further service area to the east that they're looking to get to. So this project was too far west for a fire station to service the rest of the area. That's my understanding. But, we tried on the fire safety issue. And we're still willing to try more. And that's really all we're asking at this point, is to refer this item back to staff so we can have a more complete conversation. I would rather not litigate this in council chambers tonight, because to be honest with you, we're just not in a position to satisfy that concern. I fully admit that. I also think it might be time for another break for the closed captioners, but I digress.
It is. And it,
we're almost
and
done.
it is. Councilwoman Freeman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate our applicant sharing that specific goal. I just want to be really quick in saying my heart skips a beat in thinking that we would plan our CIP based on developers' proffers. That's a caution I would like to urge. And then secondly, I think that the question isn't really whether it goes back to staff, is that staff really just said, if you would just withdraw, this kind of wraps us up for the evening. So I think you're saying, no, you're not going to withdraw. And if we want to move to a vote, I think that's where we are. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem, and I believe that's where we are.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to vote for a development. If my fire department says they can't save life or property, that's a professional group of people saying we don't have the capacity. I think it would be irresponsible to put it out there. With that being said, if we have in fact hit a capacity wall as a city, then I'm concerned about, from a fairness point of view, here's what I think, Mr. Ghosh, at the risk of sounding presumptuous. I think that maybe your client read the tea leaves and saw that this was probably going to a no vote, which it probably is, where it left to its natural progression. I'm certainly not going to, put housing where a fire department says they can't service it. But if that is in fact the case, and this developer was operating under the assumption based on information from the city that at that time we could, then is it appropriate and fair to make them sort of the sacrificial lamb because we've hit the capacity? So and I think that when matters are referred back to the council, if a council member determines that they need more information or they'd like to extend time, I think it's appropriate for us to come, for it to come from us. But I think a developer kind of reading the tea leaves and reading the green and sort of hedging, I don't mean that in the pejorative sense, I don't think that should be the impetus for it. I do, however, think that if we have in fact hit capacity as a city, then anybody, starting with the developer after that, that's one of the reasons, at least in my read, what the city attorney has told us, that's a actual reason not to grant development, because there is an actual definitive certified capacity issue. And for that reason, I would allow this to be referred back or held up, because it sits with the city, and not just for them, for anybody, until we can save life and limb if they're in peril, life and property, life and property if they're in peril. So that's where I am on it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other comments? Councilwoman Freeman.
I apologize, Mayor Pro Tem. I was just trying to specify within that Kemp Road area. I think that this is specific to our developers getting further and further ahead of us and just knowing where the future land, development should be occurring. And so as they're trotting towards it, we still are working from 2005 trying to get there. So it's just specific to this area. I don't want to overgeneralize.
No, absolutely. Yes. I try not to overgeneralize. I meant this specific area. And if we hit this wall in other areas, then, and developers don't get any further than we allow them. I mean, they don't get ahead of us. We make the policy and the decisions. But yes, in this particular area, which is a acceptable reason for us as a council legally and morally, I think, to act in that way. I'm not going to build houses where we can't save lives.
And I really appreciate that. And just acknowledging, again, that we're at the point of whether or not, if there's no withdrawal, it's up to us. And it is 11:15 if we do want to take a break for closed captioners.
And you have several people who have been waiting patiently to speak to this issue as well. So they will be given an opportunity to do so. So at this point, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I might try to sum up the position that we're in, and for you, Mr. Ghosh, to try to frame this a little bit differently. I don't think there's a functional difference between this case being referred back to staff and you withdrawing, because there is no timeline available on when fire capacity would exist in this area. And so, like, it being referred back to staff for an indefinite period of time leading into years is the same functionally as you withdrawing the case and refiling later. And I don't think the staff are, you know, like I think that's just it's not within their capacity to like take a case back that doesn't have a future, right? And it doesn't make any sense for us to have a public hearing on this issue right now. So I don't see a downside to a withdrawal over a referral. This case is not moving forward either way.
So could I respond?
Yeah.
So I will say respectfully, I do disagree with that characterization. This developer has paid tens of thousands of dollars in review fees and submittal fees, which would be for naught if they withdraw the case. And yes, they could resubmit later, and the time might not be any different. I don't disagree with that. But there is a distinct difference between withdrawal and having the case referred back to staff. The other thing I wanted to say, though, is the city does not want developers to build houses where the fire department cannot, provide, safety services should they be needed, and neither does this developer. We're not talking about being in a rush here, just to be clear. If there's a fire safety issue, my clients don't want to build here either, right? What we're trying to do is address this. And I mean, if they withdraw the case, sure, they can work with staff and address this, but they have, there's many reasons why they don't want to withdraw and would rather this thing be referred back to staff so they continue working on this issue. And I think that there is a, incentive for everyone involved here to make sure that this gets addressed in some way. I agree that there is no reason to have a public hearing tonight because we're all in agreement on the issue that if you can't serve it from a fire safety point, then what's the point? But I can't say that my client is ready to withdraw. And I'll also say, I'm not sure that I have the authority for my client to withdraw the case anyway.
Okay, but it seems like the only other option is we move forward with a public hearing. There's no reason to do that, right? So and the staff doesn't want it. So I don't know. I mean, could you talk to your client? Because
I could try. I mean, I've been at the podium for a minute. So.
Yeah. Could you? I think the correct path forward here is for you to withdraw the case, and I think if you could get your client's consent to do that, like that seems like the best outcome for everyone involved.
I'm happy to take a moment.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, and we will take a break, a 10-minute break, just to sort of tell you, Mr. Ghosh, I will, if you do not, then we will vote. I think the staff has been pretty clear that they don't want it back, so I would ask that we vote it, whether we will do that as a council to refer it back or not, to vote that way. If that is a no vote, that we will not refer it back, we will move forward with the public hearing and let our speakers speak, and then we will consider the motions before us so that everybody has an idea where we're going, okay? All right, we'll take about 11:30.
The Low-Income Homeowners Relief Program is helping us and the county offset the growing cost of home ownership for some long-term Durham residents. The program is entering its second year and is targeted toward helping low-income homeowners remain in their homes through a property tax grant program. The area medium income criteria that residents must meet to be eligible for the program include owning property in Durham County, not receiving other tax assistance subsidies, and having owned and used the property as a primary residence for at least the preceding 5 years. Assistance is capped at 50% of the current fiscal year tax invoice based on a 3-tiered income model. Applications are being accepted through January 31st. We are dedicating $500,000 for grant awards and will pay up to $96,000 for our share of the program's administrative cost. More information can be found at deconc.gov, then go to the Social Services Department.
Every year, 7 million 911 calls are made in North Carolina.
911, what's your emergency?
Will you answer the call? Every second counts. You can be that lifeline. People in crisis look to us for assistance. We provide guidance and support until physical help can arrive at the scene. Join us and make a difference in our community. Be the calm in the chaos. Be the voice in the dark. It's the hardest career you'll ever love. Will you answer the call? Discover more at it.nc.gov/911careers.
Falling behind on your bills? Even if you owe more than you can handle, you still have rights. Most legit debt collectors follow the rules, but bad debt collectors don't. They break the law. So if you get a call like this,
if you don't pay, we will have you arrested and deported.
Or this
is your final warning. Pay up now or we'll contact your employer and make them pay.
hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission. You have the right to be treated fairly no matter what. That means debt collectors can't use abusive language, threaten violence, or harass you. Or call you before 8 in the morning or after 9 at night. They can't lie or pretend to be someone they're not.
I'm an attorney and will take legal action if you don't pay this debt right away.
Or get you to pay a debt that doesn't even exist. They can't have you arrested or deported or tell anyone about your debt. Bad debt collectors like to knock you off your guard to get an advantage, create a sense of urgency, and rush you. They'll say anything to get you to pay right now. Instead, hang up and report it to the Federal Trade Commission at ftc.gov/complaint. We've stopped a lot of bad debt collectors. Help us stop more. For more information about debt collection, visit consumer.gov/debt.
¿Se está atrasando con el pago de sus facturas? Aunque deba más de lo que pueda pagar, igual sigue teniendo derechos. La mayoría de los cobradores de deudas legítimos cumplen las reglas, pero los malos cobradores de deudas no lo hacen. Infringen la ley. Así que si recibe una llamada como esta,
si no paga, lo haremos arrestar y deportar.
O como esta
es su última advertencia. Pague ya, o nos comunicaremos con su empleador para obligarlo a pagar.
Cuelgue el teléfono y reporte el incidente a la Comisión Federal de Comercio, FTC. Usted tiene derecho a ser tratado justamente de todas maneras. Eso significa que los cobradores de deudas no pueden usar lenguaje abusivo, amenazarlo con violencia ni acosarlo. Ni tampoco pueden llamarlo antes de las 8 de la mañana o después de las 9 de la noche. No pueden mentir ni hacerse pasar por quienes no son.
Soy abogado, y si no paga esta deuda de inmediato, entablaré una acción legal en su contra.
O hacerle pagar una deuda que ni siquiera existe. No lo pueden hacer arrestar, ni deportarlo, ni tampoco pueden hablar con nadie sobre su deuda. A los malos cobradores de deudas les gusta atacarlo con la guardia baja para sacar ventaja, crear una sensación de urgencia y apurarlo. Dirán lo que sea para conseguir que pague de inmediato. En su lugar, cuelgue el teléfono y reporte el incidente a la Comisión Federal de Comercio, FTC, en ftc.gov/queja. Ya hemos frenado a muchos malos cobradores de deudas. Ayúdenos a frenar más. Para más información sobre cobranza de deudas, visite consumidor.gov/deuda.
All right, we are now ready to come back together.
Really?
Mr. Ghosh, we will put the ball back in your corner as to where we are, and then we will proceed from there.
Quick work. I think we have a commitment on this zoning that would address the issue. And I had vetted it with staff. So essentially, the developer here would agree and commit to, as part of the zoning, to be ineligible to apply for site plan approval until such time as funding has been identified in the CIP for the fire station. The issue then of timing is put off by whenever the city actually gets the funding for the fire station. And it was put on site plan specifically to allow for enough time between site plan approval and having the funding identified in the CIP for the fire station to be built kind of in line with when the houses will be coming online.
So does that mean your answer to a withdrawal is a no?
Yes.
All right, then we need to entertain a couple of motions. One, the first motion that I would like to entertain is the motion initially that was before us, that is to refer it back to staff.
I have a point of clarification question. Did the staff capture that as an actual proffer from is that an official proffer from the developer?
Are you making that as a proffer, Mr.
Yes, yes.
And would you just restate I want to understand exactly what the contours of the proffer is.
Sure. The developer would be ineligible to apply for site plan approval until such time as funding has been identified in the CIP for Fire Station 19.
Point of clarification.
I'll yield in a minute. So staff, funding in the CIP, relatively, the time tracks between, once they apply, if the funding gets put in the CIP, which goes out years, could potentially go out years, and the developer gets the site plan approval, what's the gap, potentially the gap? I know it's not a perfect science, potentially the gap between the station actually getting built before there are souls living out there?
So I am not a CIP expert. I am certain that it would be many years, plus construction will probably take a year or more, potentially.
Of the station or the houses?
The station, yeah. So I can't say. This still has some uncertainty, which staff likes certainty. However, the applicant can proffer something, and it is a trackable, enforceable proffer, which is the vetting that Mr. Ghosh did with me. But I cannot give you a timeline of what that would actually look like. I did ask Mr. Ghosh, originally he asked just a few minutes ago about timing it with building permits, and I said I was not comfortable with that. That puts construction of houses occurring while there still is not yet a fire station, which would be a concern. So I asked to back it up to the next thing in the development timeline, which would be a site plan, which would be better. But again, I can't give you a time frame. I don't know that.
Right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, we are back to the original motion, and I believe was there a second? And the motion was to refer it back. That was the original request of Mr. Ghosh, is to refer it back. The staff said they didn't want it, so we needed to vote it up or down to do that. And then we will proceed with the public hearing or not, depending on that vote.
I'm sorry, did someone make the motion?
Yes, we're waiting for a second.
I'll second.
All right. So it's been moved by Councilwoman Freeman and seconded by Councilwoman Johnson that we refer this matter back to staff. All those that will be in favor of referring it back to staff, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed? All right, we need a date for it to go back to staff.
No, it goes back to staff.
Yes, it goes back to staff. All right.
Yeah.
You don't have to specify a date certain.
So that we don't,
the staff
it just goes back to staff. All right. That's where it will lay.
A quick question, Sarah, if you don't mind. A colleague shared with me that after 90 days, the proposal could be administratively withdrawn. Is that correct?
So there is a provision in our development review processes that an applicant, in a review cycle, an applicant has 90 days to revise their plan or show activity on their plan. If they do not do so, after 90 days, the ordinance considers it administratively withdrawn.
Got you. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that concludes our agenda at 11:37. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Freeman.
I just needed to, for other matters, I just reserved, just requesting an excused absence for Thursday for work session. I will be out of town on work business.
Will somebody entertain a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. I think it's been moved by Councilwoman Cabrera, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson, I think, on this end. All right, all those in favor, if you would raise your left hand. All those opposed have the same, right?
No, come to work.
All right,
I vote aye.
that motion passes unanimously. As we bring this night to a close at a very late hour, I would like to take our minds to our capital city, Raleigh, to my colleague Marion Baldwin and all those who have been affected by the tragedy on last week. Horns up for Raleigh Strong tonight. Good night, everybody. It's 11:38. Have a wonderful evening.